All right. Hello, YouTube and Twitch. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. So, it's refresh day. Pretty fun, pretty fun. We got some snap results to discuss. We got some new items in the shop. Some pretty cool stuff. I haven't got the Merida Dream Style just yet. I mean, I'll probably get it, but it's like not that different. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the same color, but with like a little bit of gold trim and a little bit more silky. So, I mean, we knew this was coming, but it's only $17.50. I'll probably get it just to have another Merida style. But I mean, you know, it's probably the least exciting thing in the shop for me. It's cool, but I really like this. I really like the wisps. These are super fun. You get like 5 of them when you pick it up. You get more from Scrooge, I believe. But I think these could be really cool for like a graveyard snap and magical snaps. You know, like potion layer snaps. There's so many cool ways to use these wisps. So good Dreamsnaps utility here. And I really like the silken dagger gown. It's only 1,000 moonstones, which is pretty cheap. And it's got a really nice sheen to it. And it's got this little gold dagger on the belt. Really pretty. I love the neckline too. So this is pretty cool. Aside from that, it's just a lot of returning stuff. Why couldn't they bring the fairy wings back last week, though? Like, we literally had a challenge that mentioned Peter Pan, and then we get the wings the day afterwards. Weird. Bell's Royal Tools are back. Nana is back. If you don't have... Oh, my God, dude. I didn't notice this. The Aurora is back. For all of you guys that are talking about how you passed on the Aurora the first time and you really wish you hadn't because it's so good for Dream Snaps, now is your chance. You gotta get this. You gotta get this. It's so good for Dream Snaps. Do not pass on this item. You will make your moonstones back on it. I can pretty much guarantee it. Very strong item for beauty elements. Very good item. You can only have one. Unfortunately, you can't buy more from Scrooge, but it is so worth having. But yeah, Nana is good as well. But yeah, it's funny, the day after a Peter Pan challenge, you know, we get Nana and we get the wings. Like, what is going on? You think GameLoft would have put that stuff in the shop, you know? Like, for the challenge that mentioned Peter Pan. Weird. No, I just got started, Sunshine. You have not missed much of anything. We're just talking about the shop, talking about my thoughts on the shop this week. But yeah, we haven't really gotten into much of anything so far, so you're good, you're good. Oh, is this glitched on PS5 as well, Tully? Bro, what is up with the PS5 version of the game and all the items bugging out? They really need to do something about that, dude. That's crazy. PS5 is a very capable system. There's really no excuse for that. This is why GameLoft needs to be better about playtesting. They really do. They need to playtest a bit more. But, I mean, they're cute, you know. They just kind of, like, appear and disappear. You know, they're pretty neat. They're pretty fast, though. I wish they hung around just a little bit longer. So what's going on with the Willow Wisps on PlayStation? What's the deal there? What's the deal there? It's also bugged on Xbox, says Panda. Oh, really? The guy says I can't see them. Sapphire said small indie company for real. You just don't see him, says LOTR. Bro, what the heck? So you buy... You're telling me you buy a premium item and it just doesn't show up. That's what you're telling me? My God, bro. What is GameLoft even doing at this point? What are they even doing? Maybe they should just go ahead and make less premium items, maybe. Instead of, like, trying to cram the shop full of so many items that half of them bug out on certain platforms, maybe just lower the number and playtest them, you know? That's so stupid. That is so stupid. Well, it is what it is, you know. I wish I could say I'm surprised. I wish I could say that I'm absolutely shocked. But I am not. I am not. Oh, we got a little hype train coming in. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I think the resub that triggered that hype train came in like a while ago, too. That was the late hype train. Yeah, it was, I think, Daniel Herrera's resub, which was like a few minutes ago. Thank you, by the way, Daniel. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Welcome back. Vox, thank you for the 101 bits. Much appreciated, my friend. We got Native Canadian back in the chat. Hello, hello. Scylla, thank you for the resub as well. Bell, thank you for the first bits of the day. The big 200 bits. Very nice of you, Bell. I see Denny, LOTR. LOTR says, I agree, the dress is beautiful. Yeah, you know, I'm glad the dress is, like, so cheap. Especially for those of you that bought a glitched item. At least you got a cheap dress that's pretty good. Cambria, thank you for the 100 bits. They'll fix it, though. They always fix premium stuff. So I was up pretty late last night finishing my snap. I really like the way it turned out. I'm actually super happy with it. I was getting really frustrated, though, because my game kept bugging out. And I got everything set up, and my character lighting wasn't working, so I had to restart my game. And I had all of my villagers trapped exactly where they needed to be. So I had all the villagers in my city, and they were all trapped right where I wanted them with Touch of Magic items. I had paused all of them, removed the Touch of Magic items, and as I was getting my settings adjusted, my character lighting wasn't working. So I had to restart my game. Hey, thank you for the resub. I had to restart my game. And then when I restarted my game, it basically took all the villagers out of their spot. And then in another instance, I was getting so tired that instead of submitting a snap from my gallery, I deleted it. Because left trigger submits from your camera, but left trigger deletes in the photo gallery. Which is kind of a stupid design. Why would you have the same button that submits dream snaps delete dream snaps in a different part of the menu? But, you know, that was my fault because I was tired. I accidentally deleted it. So I got a really good snap and then deleted it immediately. So that pissed me off. And then, you know, my character lighting was bugged. And it was just issue after issue. And then, finally, I was able to get my snap done. I'm very happy with it. But, dude, it was such a headache. I was not having a good time. I was not enjoying my time playing this game last night. I'll be real with you. But I'm pretty happy with the final product, though. This is how it turned out in the end. I really like the lighting. And I got a great shot of Tink. Yo, Pops, thank you for the big 200. Much appreciated. I got a great color on the wings, and I got some really fun effects in the sky with some motifs I put up there. I got all the villagers down here. So, it turned out really good. Hopefully it does well. But yeah, the links I had to go through to capture this were stupid. It was stupid. And I don't recommend it. It had me feeling like, man, I really wish I'd just done a regular snap. Because all these villagers you see down here on the sidewalk, they're all trapped with Touch of Magic items. And I got all of them in place. And then I couldn't change my character lighting. And Tinkerbell and my avatar were way too dark. So I had to restart the whole game, which removed all the villagers. And after you trap a villager, you know, if you're still hanging out with them and you fast travel, they'll come with you. So then I had to go basically track down each villager, bring them back. And then when I restarted the game, it reset who was available, so I couldn't have the same villagers. It was just a headache. The whole thing was a headache. I mean, I said rage quit because of the game. Well, you know, if the game worked properly, you know, if things didn't bug out all the time, like the character lighting bug, and there weren't so many issues with, like, villager placement. The fact that we got to go through these links to, like, put villagers where we want them is kind of silly. There's just a lot of issues. This game could be so much more enjoyable if Gameloft would put as much focus on quality as they do on the premium shop, you know? I feel like the game is pivoted to where, you know, they just put an unbalanced amount of effort into monetization versus quality. And this game could be a lot better if they just split that balance right down the middle, you know? Less premium items, but more quality. Me, Senpai. That would be really nice. Notice me. Sunshine, thank you for the big 500 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated, much appreciated. 1,100 bits on the board. Let's go. Going said I had a tough time taking the snap because I decided the best spot would be at the front part by the fountain and not being able to put anything there to stop villagers from leaving. I talked about that in my video. That's why I recommend the straight part of the bridge, because you can put items there. You know, makes it a little bit easier to get them animating like Tinkerbell here. But yeah, we'll see how it does. The lighting is really nice. It's very pretty. I like the makeup. I love the green eyes. I think that's a really nice touch. The wings look really good. I had a few different versions, though. I hope this was the right choice, because I did have some other ones that were pretty. But I had a hard time choosing. I almost put them in Discord and was going to ask you guys which one you think I should do. But I had this one, too, that fully showed the wings. I think I made the right call, though. Like, this one that fully shows the wings is really pretty, but Tinkerbell's a lot smaller, and the avatar's a lot smaller. I think this was the right call, because we got the arm extended like she's flying. Tinkerbell looks really good, and the avatar is a bit bigger in the shot. So I think this was the right choice. But, you know, this one was really pretty, this one was really pretty, and this one had bugged character lighting, so I wasn't able to get the lighting up. But, you know, it kind of sucks because I had, like, Flynn doing the map thing. I had Peter Pan laying down. I had Cruella by the car. Everything was really nice on this one, except I wasn't able to do much with the character lighting. So I ended up not being able to go with this one. I had to restart my game, and then ended up making a few more where we were able to get the character lighting. And I really like the way the motifs came together here. Like, we have these gold sparkles up here. I have this little sparkle motif here. There's one here. We got the moon with sparkles behind it. So, you know, the sky looks really good here. I also added Tiana's Palace. You know, beautiful building. Wanted to get that in there. So, yeah, in the end, it turned out pretty good, I think. Let's talk snap results. We gotta talk snap results here. So I got around top 300, somewhere around there. So, you know, pretty normal results. Pretty standard. Usually around there, top 1,000, top 500, top 300, whatever. I don't put too much emphasis on rank, because it doesn't really mean much. You just want to land in 4K. So whether you get rank 7,000 or rank, you know, 20, same result. But yeah, this did well. And it looks like a lot of you guys did well. Beyblade did the same, top 300, almost 6 months of 4K. Nice, Beyblade, nice. Not surprised, you make some good quality snaps. Oh, that reminds me, I saw a funny post. I want to make a picture about it soon. JMR said this week, my father-in-law passed suddenly from a heart event. Oh no. I'm very sorry to hear that, JMR. It's tough losing a family member, but I couldn't imagine when it's like so unexpected like that. I'm very sorry to hear that. Worst week of our lives. But this morning I saw my Inside Out snap got rank 53. Thank you for helping me have a small ray of light in this dark week. You're very welcome, JMR. You're very welcome. I know it's, you know, not much. I wish I could, you know, comfort you more, but yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'll pray for you and your family. Trinkle says top 1,000 this week. Nice. Good job. That's awesome. Crabdito said I got 1.5. Yeah, we'll discuss if you had a Dreamsnap review. Ashley said, I think you picked the best one. I hope so. I think it is. I think it was the best choice. I think. But I was kind of torn, you know. I just got so tired that I just like went with my gut. Because it was pretty late by the time I got it finished. Oh yeah, LOTR. You know, your snap deserved so much better than that. Your snap, in my opinion, is better than the rank 1. So LOTR snap, I really liked. I'm kind of obsessed with this snap. It's so good. This is what LOTR did. And this is why I tell you guys rank, you know, don't put too much emphasis on rank. Yo, Cozy World of Ash, thank you for the raid. Hello. This is why I tell people don't put too much emphasis on rank. Because it doesn't necessarily mean your snap is better than the snaps that ranked under it. when it comes to what rank you get, that is entirely determined by what you pop up against. So, considering this snap got rank 1,399, I would guess it popped up against some really strong snaps, but still managed to hold its place in 4K, which is great, because it's a very competitive scene. But then, you know, you can look at the rank 1 snap, which is good, but is it better than what we just saw? That's what we got to ask ourselves. Here's the rank 1 from public. Now, yes, this deserves 4K for sure. But, like, this is why I tell people, you know, don't stress rank too much. Because I think everybody here would agree that this is the better snap. And I'm not hating on this snap by any means. This is good. You know, good outfit, pretty scene. You know, they got some good weather dynamics. They got the inside-out feel. So, it's a good snap. It deserves 4K. But I would be remiss if I said it was better than this. You know, I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't take it that far. Which is why, you know, if you have a snap that ranks 4,000 or 5,000 and you're like, man, I really thought I was going to be in the top 100, don't be too hard on yourself, you know? You never know what you're going to pop up against. You don't know what kind of voters you're going to get. And it doesn't mean that your snap didn't deserve a higher rank, because oftentimes snaps do. That's why the main thing you should concern yourself with each week is, because this is good. You know, I could see this in rank 1. Like, this is much better than this. And they also had more of the inside out effects. Like, they have the sense of self lamp. They have the memories. They have the sun to play up the weather. There's a lot of things going on here that make this a very solid snap. And this is a good sadness one, but I definitely saw other sadness snaps that were, you know, just as good, possibly better. So, yeah, don't sweat rank too much. If you do the challenge and you make a beautiful snap, you can pop up in the top 3 at any time. You never know. You never know when. Top 5, top 3. Dreamer said I got ranked 2,000. Nice. Good job. Carolyn said, oh my god, first time in the top 100. Got rank 88. Nice. Yeah, a lot of you guys did very good, which is great to see. For the longest time, my highest ranking snap was the second snap I ever did, and it got ranked 64. It was a super good snap. It wasn't a super good snap or anything, lol. I didn't even have it focused properly, but it just got super lucky in voting. Well, I also want to be clear that you should still be proud. You know, anytime you have a snap, get like top 100, top 3, top 1,000, you should definitely be proud of that because you did good. Just don't, you know, like both times I showed up in the top 3, I was very excited about it, but I made it very clear on my stream that I had a good run in voting. You know, I consistently popped up against snaps I could beat. That's what happened. You know, it doesn't mean, if you got rank 1,000 and I got rank 2, that doesn't mean my snap is better than your snap. It just means my snap did better in the voting phase, and there's a lot of things in the voting things we cannot control. You know, you can't control what you pop up against. You can't control what kind of voters you receive. There are kids voting. You know, some of my viewers have told me that when their kids vote, they'll choose which picture based on which animals are in it. You know, there's a lot of things you have absolutely no control over. So shoot for 4K. Be proud when you do well, but don't beat yourself up when, you know, you get like rank 4,000 or maybe even get 2,500 moonstones. And, you know, don't get too big of a head if you end up in the top 100 because, you know, that can happen. Just be proud. But still, you know, continue to play competitively if you can to continue that 4K streak. Zardra says all I care about is the moonstones. Yeah, that's where you should be. That's where you should be. Bird Nerd says, I just want to say I've been following you, and today I got my first 4K result. I'm a new player, roughly since February. I've binged all your tips and tricks. Thank you. Oh, nice. Let's go. Congrats on the 4K. That's awesome. Sarah Van said, I ranked 14K, so I'm back to 1,500, which is fine. Not much I want in the shop anyways. My daughter also ranked around 16K. Willow says I ranked 534, my highest ever. Hey, let's go, Willow. A new record. Very nice. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. So, Autumn said ranked 1965 for me, so of course I'm happy with that. Nice, nice. Rebecca said finally got back in 4K, first time since the architecture prompt. Oh, welcome back, my friend. Good job, good job. All Things Summer said you can lock your characters with a touch of magic. No way. Yeah, you want me to show you how it works? It's a super useful little trick in Dreamsnaps. There's a couple little things you need to do to make it work, but it's very useful because you can trap your villagers without having items around them, because you can pause the villagers with the toggle, and then you can hide the items trapping them. That way, you can build a photo where everybody is in the right place, but they're not congested with items, if that makes sense. So if we look... Oh, sorry, wrong one. If we look at the submission here, you'll notice every single character is on the sidewalk and, like, nobody's in the road. And that's by design. And you can do this as well. It can be a little time-consuming if you're using a lot of villagers. But yeah, I can show you how to do it. It's very simple. Let me find a villager. I'll go to a floating island, and I'll show you how to do it. And then once we do this, we will we'll move on to taking a look at your snaps. Creeping, let's go. Creeping with 100 bits says, hi, Senpai and all. I pulled rank 220. Nice, congrats. Yeah, we have a lot of friends in the top 500 this week. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, here's Peter. We'll use Peter Pan. So we're going to hang out with you. And we're just going to bring him into the scene. Let's say we wanted Peter Pan right here. Just right here. Middle of the road, kind of middle of the sidewalk. We'll push him into position. And then we're going to use Touch of Magic items. I like to use these trophies because they're very small, but they are very expensive. They're 500 daisy coins a pop. So if you don't want to use these, you could just use the tables. These tables are very cheap to craft. That's why I have 61 of them. I use these to trap villagers as well. So we trap Peter Pan inside of here. He's hanging out with me, so you walk away, make sure he can't follow, so you know he's trapped. Now, to make him do animations, we stop hanging out with him. And now he'll, sometimes you need to give him a little bit more space to have them animate, though. To have him, like, lay down in the air and stuff, he might need a 4x4 square. Or possibly even 8x8 at times. Oh, nope. He just went right for it. Okay. So, now that we got Peter Pan laying down... Aw, he stopped. Oh, it's because I was in selfie mode. Well, we'll see if we can do it again. But yeah, all you would have to do at this point is... When you're ready to photograph Peter Pan, you would wait for him to do some kind of animation, then you'll pause him. So you open the Villager tab over here on the left side. Let me hide my camera for a second. So, you open the Villager tab on the left side, and you pause the Villager. So now that he's paused, he will not go anywhere. So now we go into our camera mode, and we toggle off Touch of Magic. And you can do this with like 8 different villagers and have them all exactly where you want them. Just pause them when they're looking the way you want, when they're doing the animation you want. Then toggle off the Touch of Magic items. And then you can snap your photo. And just, just like that, you were able to capture the villager right where you need them. So very easy to do. A little time consuming, but it can be great for getting the villagers in very precise locations. No, that's why we pause them, Jesse. That's why we pause them. If you pause them, they can't move. They can't leave. So if you follow the steps I just provided, they will not walk away when you hide Touch of Magic. That's why I specifically explained it that way. That way people know that that's part of the step. If you don't pause them, they'll just walk away. So that's why that part of the step is very important. So again, you know, just to reiterate, so we're all on the same page here. You trap the villager. You go into camera mode. You pause the villager. Oh, I'm hanging out with them. You can't pause them if you're hanging out. They won't move if you're hanging out with them anyway. But that's why that's a step. You have to pause them. And then you toggle them off, and they won't go anywhere. Easy as that. I don't understand the daisy coins, though. I never do the challenges because I don't get why you do. Just for items is why. As far as the how, I have a really good guide on that if you're curious, LOTR. For daisy coins, I have a preset build that works every day. So I can get my 100 daisy coins every day without having to lift a finger. All I got to do is go in there and talk to Daisy. Let me show you. And this is very easy to do. I have a whole guide on this. So if we go over here, and she is requesting new stuff, so I need to update this, but you can just cancel it if you're missing anything she asked for. But yeah, this has all the tags that she likes to ask for. So all the outfit tags, all the decor tags, it's all part of this build, so I never really have to change it. There are a couple of new universes that I haven't added yet. So we'll just say, what's the challenge today? Tops, utilities, purple, modern, calm, and strong. Okay. Did I complete the challenge? You completed the challenge. Here's 100 daisy coins. That's all you have to do. So this will save you a lot of time. Because otherwise, you're in here building a new scene every day for a mere 100 daisy coins. Totally pointless, because you're just going to tear it down or add to it later. Don't do that. Don't waste your time. Just make a pre-build. I have a video guide on exactly how to do this if you would like. I even have attached to the video, I have a Google document, a checklist, if you will, of all the different tags you'll need to consider. And you can just, like, work through the tags. And this way you can get your daisy coins quite easily. But yeah, I have, you know, if you check out the video, it's a full breakdown of how to... You can copy my build if you have the same stuff. So the video gives you two options. Hey, we got a new member of the supporter fam. Let's go. Schneckleschleim. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Fun name. Good to have you. Good to have you. So yeah, it's... The video has two options for you. If you have the same items I have, you can just copy this exact build, and the video shows you how to copy it. If you don't have the items, then you can use the spreadsheet, and you can just, like, use your filters to find the different items you're going to use and put them in the scene. But yeah, you can just come in here and get your daisy coins each day. And if she asks for something you don't have, you can cancel the challenge and then ask for a new challenge. So, you know, that's one of the ways I was able to get so many of those daisy trophies, because you can only get one every 5 days because they cost 500 daisy coins. But they're great for trapping villagers. They're great for that because they take up less space. Love having a pre-build. Very rarely have to add to it. Yeah, I don't even add to it. If she asks for something I don't have, I just cancel and ask for a new challenge, because she almost never does. It's, like, really rare for her to ask for, like, Pocahontas stuff, you know? The main thing is I just haven't had it. I haven't added any of the new update stuff to the build. So if she asks for anything from the past, like, 3 updates, like a specific universe tag, like Pocahontas or something along those lines, I'll just cancel the challenge and ask for a new one. Pandabai said that username immediately sounded like it came out of Rick and Morty. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, you got a point there. It does, it does. Yeah, I was gonna mention that, Sabzi. I just don't like using my wrapping paper for those gifts. I would much rather just make shiny gifts because they're the best thing in the game. The shiny gifts are the best thing in the game to level up your villagers. But if you have a friend that duplicates items or somebody that can spoof items or whatever, then it doesn't matter. You can just craft the Touch of Magic presents because they're also single square. But I'd much rather save my wrapping paper for shiny gifts. These are the absolute fastest way in the game to level up new villagers. And that's what I always use my wrapping paper on. I have like 61 extra wrapping paper. But this right here, 60 of these and about 5 minutes of time. So 60 of these in about 5 minutes of your time will get a villager from base level all the way to level 10. Takes 5 minutes. So that's what I like to use my wrapping paper on. Which is the main reason I don't, I'd rather just use the daisy trophies, honestly, because it takes no time. And you can only get wrapping paper during Christmas, again, unless you're going to a Dream Island or something. Or if you have a friend that dupes items, you can get a bunch of wrapping paper that way. But a lot of people don't do that. So I just love my shiny gifts. That's the main reason I don't recommend using the presents, because I don't use them. I always use my wrapping paper for shiny gifts. It's nice to be able to get a villager to level 10 within 5 minutes of getting them in your valley. Very true. I can't do without my shiny gifts. Yeah, they're great. They're great. But yeah, you can. Sinora the goat. Yeah, Sinora's great. Sinora hooks. She's my plug in Dreamlight Valley. She hooks me up with the good stuff. This dress is really pretty, though. I like the snippet catchers to level up pets. I have a whole video guide on that, Susan. Snippet catchers are the absolute fastest way to level up your pets. There is no way faster than that. I actually have a whole snippet farm dedicated to leveling pets. I can get any pet to level 5 within about a minute and a half to 2 minutes. It's very quick. But I don't like using it for leveling villagers because it's not as fast. It's much faster just to use the shiny gifts. Nothing beats shiny gifts. Snippet lures don't. Rare gems. Nothing else. Nothing else will get a villager to level 10 as fast as a shiny gift will. It's the meta. It is the meta. But yeah, I have a full guide on leveling companions. I have a full guide on snippet traps and how they can be really useful for that. But yeah, they are the absolute fastest way to level your pets. Yeah, there's a video guide linked in chat, Heather, if you want to check it out. It'll show you exactly how to do the pet leveling. In fact, I believe I have a couple of pets I can level right now. Let's see. The Finnick Fox, I don't think I've got him to max level yet. And there might be another one I need to do. Yeah, he's level 2. Anybody else? I think everybody else is max level. Well, I might buy the Corgi. But yeah, if we go to the Wildwoods, I don't see why they would patch them. They've already patched them. When Snippet Farms first came out, you could put them in your valley and you could catch white snippets. And they patched that. Now snippet traps can't be placed in the valley. So I don't think there's any reason for them to patch these because it costs a lot of resources to build this. And if you invest the resources in building something like this, then you should get the benefits of quick leveling off of it. So this doesn't really need to be patched. It requires a good bit of effort to create, and then you get the reward of being able to quickly level pets. And there's no reason for them to patch this. The only benefit of this is just speed leveling pets, which doesn't really break the game by any sense. It's a totally optional thing you can do. So I don't think it's really something that, needs fixing or patching. I do have guides on Zardra on specific DLC pets. Like, which pets are you curious about? I did drop one about all the Wish Blossom Ranch pets if you're curious about that one. Like, if you want to know, you know, what their favorite foods are, how to get them. I can't remember if I did one specifically for some of the other DLCs. And boom, he's level 5. So, yeah, it took, like, you know, pretty much no time at all. And he's max level. So very easy to do. And Amanda said, if there's a will, there's a way. There's a Senpai guide on it. I love my guides. You know me. You know me. I love making guides and tutorials. That's like my favorite kind of content to do. I think that's why I enjoy covering Dreamsnap so much, because a lot of people, it's something that requires a new guide every week, and that's awesome, you know? And I just really enjoy Dreamsnaps as well, so when it comes down to it, it's just like a great thing to cover. And I genuinely enjoy making Dreamsnaps, so. But yeah, a lot of these are like max level, because I had nothing else to spend my Storybook magic on, so I've leveled up a ton of the. I probably spent like 500,000 Storybook magic on this little build here. You don't have to take it that far, though. You really don't. You could do way less of these and not have them leveled up and still get your pets to level 5 very quickly. What's a good way to level up characters if you don't have wrapping paper? I've been doing gardening with my characters, but once it hits level 5 or 6, it becomes difficult. That's a good question. So if you don't have presents and wrapping paper, gifting is still the fastest way to level them. Gifting is still the fastest. You don't need to gift them the shiny gifts. That's just the fastest. Shiny gifts are the absolute fastest way to level the pets. Yeah, I think we are going to get the Storybook Vale Floating Islands this update. I think that's what the post was talking about yesterday when they said new ways to decorate. I think they're talking about Storybook Vale Floating Islands, because it would make sense that we would get a Mythopia Floating Island in the update in which we get Hercules. It just makes sense. So, but I still have a lot of Storybook magic left over. But I would recommend not spending all your Storybook magic right now on snippet lures. Make sure you keep about 15,000 Storybook magic for each of the floating islands to be safe. For the Veil lag, there's a quick fix. I discussed that yesterday. When your Storybook Veil starts to drop frames, you have to fast travel to the valley and then fast travel back to Storybook Vale, and it'll fix it. It's a bug that's been in the game now for the past 5 updates, and Gameloft will not fix it. They will not optimize it, probably because we've all paid for and finished Storybook Vale, so they just don't care anymore. Dude, Gameloft makes me so mad. They're probably not going to feature me anymore in, I would be surprised if they reach out to feature me again for, like, showcases and stuff, because I've been making a lot of content, like, calling out Gameloft's practices, and they used to come by every single free update. They would come into my Twitch chat, but ever since I made that video talking about Dreamlight, Gameloft's monetization practices and how they're ruining the game, they have not said a word to me. I think I made them a little. I think I hurt their feelings. But I mean, I'm gonna be real, you know. I'm not somebody that's gonna shill for a company just to get more viewership or just to have more opportunities. I've always been unapologetically myself, and I will continue to be unapologetically myself, because I like to think that's one of the reasons people like me. That's one of the reasons people appreciate my content. In a lot of ways, I'm very unfiltered. I'm going to give my honest opinion, and I'm not going to glaze Gameloft just for the hopes of more opportunities. You know, like I'm not going to sit here and defend their monetization practices or refuse to cover what I think they're doing wrong, just in the hopes that I get featured on one of their next showcases. They did email me to feature me last year. I just didn't see the email in time, unfortunately. But that was before I made that video. And I've been pretty vocal lately about Gameloft's practices, so, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, it comes from a place of love, though. And I also don't think the Dreamlight Valley devs are at all to blame for any of this. I want to be very clear. Nobody should be upset with the devs of this game. I know there's a will-o-wisp in the shop right now that doesn't work on PlayStation. It doesn't work on Xbox, apparently. So another premium item that's broken for a lot of players. But I don't blame the devs, necessarily. It's not their decision to make whether or not Gameloft chooses to do game testing. It's not the developer's decision whether or not Gameloft continues to increase the number of premium items in the shop. It's not the developer's decision how the game is monetized. That's for the suits. The suits at Gameloft, the higher-ups, they're the ones that are hurting this game. They're the ones that want to appease the shareholders and, you know, milk this game for all it's worth. I feel like a lot of the developers actually do love and care about this game and are proud of this game. And I feel like if it was up to them, it probably wouldn't be so transactional. I feel like the game would probably run a lot smoother because I feel like a lot of the developers would like to focus on the issues we face as players, but they're not allowed to. You know, Gameloft says, well, that's not that big of an issue if Storybook Vale is lagging. That's old. People aren't playing it as much. We'll just give them floating islands and they'll be happy. And the developers, meanwhile, you know, some of them might be like, well, I don't know. I mean, like, we sold them the DLC. It probably shouldn't lag every time they go into the Scrooge shop and come back out. But they're only allowed to work on what their boss says they're allowed to work on. That's the issue. So, yeah, I want to be very clear that I don't think the devs are to blame here. It's more of Gameloft as a whole. That's where the main issue kind of comes from. Yeah, the lighthouse is still broken, which is pretty funny. Honestly, it's always the suits. Yeah. Yeah, you can always trace back the greed. You can always trace it back. It's always somebody higher up that's just kind of working for shareholders. Is the Wisp broken for PS5? Yes. From what I've seen, it's just invisible. So if you place it, you just can't see it, unfortunately. Meredith said, this isn't a free-to-play game, and if they're charging for it, they need to do the legwork to make sure it's correct. Well, that's exactly how I feel about it. I could forgive a lot of the bugs and issues if it were free-to-play. But the thing is, you know, we all paid for this game. We all, one way or another, whether you're paying for Game Pass or whether you're paying for the game itself. We are well outside of early access at this point. And this is not a free game, but a game you purchase. And it is also a game with a lot of microtransactions. Now, you know, the microtransactions are necessary if we're going to have a live service game. You know, they do give us regular free updates, which do give some great things to the game. You do get some awesome additions in the game, like good quality of life changes, new characters, new realms, and it's all completely free, but we still paid for the game, you know? So, like, to access any of this stuff, you got to drop some money. And most people that have this game are going to spend a little bit on Moonstones. So, my thoughts are, I could overlook a lot of the bugs and issues if Gameloft wasn't actively making the game more expensive with each update. Every single update since the Beast and Belle update has had a much higher Moonstone cost if you want to collect the items. And of course, their defense is these are optional items. You don't have to have them. But you see, Dreamsnaps kind of changes that. You don't need premium items to do good in Dreamsnaps. Of course, you really don't. There's plenty of people that have the base game only and manage to get 4K. But it is more convenient. You know, when you have more themed items, when you have more flexibility, it makes building a Dreamsnap a little bit more enjoyable when you have access to more options. And you're more flexible on your creativity. So, yes, these items are optional, but they increase the enjoyability of things like Dreamsnaps. And, you know, I feel like that's kind of a tricky area to navigate from a development standpoint. And of course, that's why I always cover budget options in my Dreamsnap guides. I always cover options for people that don't own the DLCs and people that don't have the premium items. Because, you know, you need to know different great ways you can approach the challenges without those things. And you can still definitely get 4K without those things. But if Gameloft is going to continuously increase the number of premium items and make collecting in this game more expensive, and then add a $55 bundle every update for a house that's locked behind a $55 paywall, then the game should be more polished. So I'm not against them doing these things. I understand the game is a business, and I understand Gameloft wants to generate revenue. Of course they do. You know, at the end of the day, that's why this game exists, is to make money. But I don't really like the increasing costs paired with the consistent bugs and issues. I don't like the lack of playtesting. If you're going to be making more money, maybe increase the size of your dev team. Maybe playtest a little bit before you release the update. The fact that nobody tried to place the Willows in a PS5 or an Xbox before this update, that would have taken a second. All they would have to have done is load the game up on each console and place each of the new premium items, and then they could have caught this before it happened. But, you know, and this isn't the only item that's broken for people on PlayStation. You know, the same issue is present for the new shooting star item. So that's 2 items that are broken. And they're paid items. And these are easy issues to avoid if we simply do a little bit of playtesting. So, yeah, my thoughts are, you know, I don't mind Gameloft wanting to increase the monetization and make more money on the game, but the quality of the game should reflect that. And that's my stance on it. You know, like, there are some people out there that are just opposed to, you know, when the premium shop first got introduced, they were, like, crying about it, and they were mad about it, and they were like, this is going to ruin the game. And I'm like, what did you expect? You know, like, it's a live service game. Every single live service game has microtransactions. They were pretty upfront about that from the get-go, that this was live service. So, you know, of course it's going to have a premium shop. We shouldn't be mad about that. The devs deserve to get paid. And they're going to be giving us regularly free updates, and they need to be funded. But if we're going to consistently increase the amount of microtransactions, I just want the game quality to reflect that. So, you know, even when I talk about these things, it's not coming from a place of rage baiting or click baiting. It's coming from a place of enjoyment. Like, I enjoy the game, and I want the game to do well. But it's harder for me to enjoy the game, just like last night, for example. You know, when I was working on this Dreamsnap, I almost just rage quit and went to bed. And I was just going to submit whatever, because it was so frustrating. I got everything set up. I had all my villagers trapped. And when I went into my camera mode to snap my photo, character lighting wasn't working. Now, this happens all the time. When the character lighting stops working, all you got to do is restart your game. But the problem is, once I restart my game, every single villager I've trapped down here will not be there anymore. Now I got to spend another 20 minutes of my life doing something I already did, collecting all the villagers, putting them all down here. 20 to 30 minutes. And I don't enjoy that. You know, like, that's not fun. And there's a lot of bugs that take away the enjoyment of the game, that take away the fun. And if these things were polished, and if we had more playtesting, and also if we had better features and control in the camera, you know, like if we were able to actually have more control over Dreamsnaps, like placing villagers where we want them instead of just the way they set up with the toggle. Or, you know, better AI on the pets so they don't just walk into your legs for 20 minutes while you're trying to get them in a photo. It's so funny that we have to jump through hoops to make good photos in a game where photos are central to the weekly challenge. The fact that in order to get close-ups, you have to drop an item that pushes the camera. You know, yeah, you can do free mode, but the camera is always angled down. So the only way to get a photo like this is to push the camera up. That's stupid. That's so stupid. That's a poor game design. And the funny thing is, they've been watching us make these dream snaps. They've been watching us push the camera up for a year. And they haven't decided to just add a new camera mode where we can just have the camera come closer. Like, a slider where we can just move the camera forward and back in portrait mode is literally all we would need to fix this. Very simple fix. And yeah, we have free mode, but the problem with free mode is you can't see the horizon. It always looks down, looks at a downward angle. So yeah, you can get close to the avatar with this, but that's not what players like. It works in some circumstances. But then you also have things like, oh, if I want all my villagers right where I want them for a photo, I need to trap them with items. Bring them to that spot, trap them with items, which is also kind of stupid. And then if you want a companion or a pet to be in a specific place for your photo, you know, this can only be done on PC, but you have to attach them to a house, and then you have to pet them, and then you have to spam F and open your furniture mode, and then they'll be stuck there, and then you can take a picture of them, you know, right where you want them. But we shouldn't have to use glitches or exploits just to put a fox beside a bush. Like, it's dumb. And not everybody can even, not, you know, another issue is that it's not fair because a lot of players aren't playing on keyboard, therefore they can't use that. So there's just a lot of things in the game that could be so much better. But, you know, I hold out for hope that the game will continue to improve over time and we'll see some of these features in the future and the game will become more stable. Because if you look at where Dreamlight Valley is now versus, you know, 2 years ago, it's almost an entirely different game. We didn't even have camera sliders for the longest time, you know. We didn't really have ways to boost saturation or focus or highlight and all these things. So, you know, we have seen some great, you know, quality of life changes and gameplay changes throughout the lifespan of this game, which has been really nice. And hopefully we will see more of these things in the future. So I remain hopeful that, you know, the game will continue to improve over time. Schneckel, your name is I'm gonna have to get used to this. Schnecken Schleim said, hey everyone, huge thank you to Senpai and this amazing community. Thanks to your awesome tips, I got 4K Moonstones twice, crafted with care and inside out. And 2.5K for Desert Haven. Never could have done it without your help, you rock. Oh, let's go. That is awesome, my friend. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome to the supporter family, my friend. Also, if you are interested at all, you know, now that you are a supporter here on the Twitch family as well, we do host community Dreamsnap reviews every Monday and Tuesday, where we discuss, you know, snaps and we talk about ways to make them more competitive. Because, of course, as time goes by, Dreamsnaps has been getting more competitive. Gameloft has quietly reduced the 4K bracket to only the top 4%. And there are a lot of players that are finishing the game, and they've decorated a lot. Now they're turning to Dreamsnaps and making that their primary focus. And as time goes by, that becomes more and more people. So with each passing month, there are more people, you know, moving in a competitive direction with Dreamsnaps. And that's a big reason why we do the snap reviews for our community here. But yeah, really, really cool to hear that. Really cool to hear that. Thank you, my friend. I don't miss the villagers going to sleep. Yeah, oh my god, me neither. I'm so glad they got rid of that. That was super annoying, too. That was super annoying. Susan said, please let me turn off wood and herbs. Dude, people have been asking that people have been asking for that feature for a while. It would be nice, like, once you've got enough resources, just to toggle off things like oregano. You know, they're ugly. Like, look at that. You know, like, I don't want this here. I always have to run around picking them up. But, yeah, that's another popular community request. Because, like, I have, like, I don't know, probably 5,000 softwood. I don't really need that. I don't need any more. All right. Well, we burned enough time. Let's move on to the first big subject of the day. You know, we've talked about the premium shop, which is pretty good this week. You know, aside from the Highland Will-O-Wisp being totally broken on some platforms. But the Silken Dagger Gown, very cool. Only 1,000 Moonstones. Absolutely beautiful dress. Probably one of my favorite dresses in the game. I think this is going to be a regular on my avatar. You know, we have the Tournament Gown mirrored up. Pretty cool. I might get this. I don't know. My moonstones are looking a little slim right now. Despite, you know, all the 4Ks, but they do like to put a lot of stuff in the shop during these updates, so we got a lot of premium items this update. So what we're going to discuss next is going to be your snap results. CDN Mom says hello. Big thanks. Tips. Big thanks for the tips. I watched your video and got 4,000 moonstones this week. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Congratulations, my friends. Yeah. I've heard from a lot of people this week. A lot of people that checked out the tips and tricks video or participated in the snap reviews. Got fantastic results. Really good to see. Very cool to see so many of you guys doing well in Dream Snaps. I've had every Wednesday this has been happening. Every single Wednesday for the past like 3 months. Like I started doing these weekly Dream Snap tips videos near the beginning of this year. I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. We're on like episode 20 now. But every week I have people showing up in the stream telling me that, you know, basically saying thank you and saying that they got 4K for the first time after like watching the video. And that's so cool. That is so cool. And that's also why I point out Dream Snaps is getting more competitive, because I feel like there are a lot of people out there actively seeking out Dream Snap advice and actively looking for ways to improve rather than just saying, oh, the system's broken or bugged. I found a pretty interesting comment on Facebook and I screenshot it because I want to make a post about it. I'm gonna like blur out the name and the profile picture, of course, because I don't want anybody to feel targeted or called out. But there was this post online, and it was basically somebody was saying that they didn't get the results they wanted. And this person replied on the post, and they said, no one is going to get 4K consistently anymore. Your snaps are wonderful. The voting system is the problem. Now, voting can be unpredictable. You never know what you're going to pop up against. You never know what kind of voters you're going to get. And sometimes you can have a bad run in voting and end up with less than you deserve. That can happen. But to say no one is going to get 4K consistently anymore is just flat out incorrect. That is not correct. We have people here, like Beyblade right now, on a 6-month 4K streak. In the past 2 years, I've had one Dream Snap get less than 4K. One. And I've had some in the top 3. Now, the one that got less, I know why. I know why it was. I didn't really follow my own advice, you know? I did something a bit more technical. I did something a bit more out of the box. And I paid the price. You know, sometimes you just want to do what you want to do. And if you don't get 4K, like when you switch it up and you know, change things up and you do something a bit outside of the box, it is what it is, you know? But to basically say that it's impossible to consistently get 4K anymore, that's just, they're projecting. Basically what they're saying is that they're not consistent anymore with 4K, therefore everyone else must be as well because they just think they are that good. They don't think there's any way they could be better. They don't think there's any way maybe the voters don't like what they're doing as much. Instead, they just say, oh, it's the voting system. The voting system is broken. If that were the case, then we wouldn't have people with these long Dream Snap streaks. It is very possible to get 4K consistently, but you must be competitive. Not only that, but it's not just about making a beautiful snap. It's not, you know, even the advice I give in my review streams, it's not about what I like. The advice I'm giving is not about what I find impressive. It's about what the average voter likes. And I think that's a disconnect that messes a lot of people up. They assume everybody thinks like the hardcore Dream Snap players. You know, the people that seek out information, the people that put hours and hours into work in their Dream Snaps, they think all the voters are like them. But the average voter is quite different. If you go and vote in a Dream Snap challenge right now, what you're going to see is a whole bunch of selfies, a bunch of random quest photos, a bunch of photos welcoming villagers to the valley, you're going to see that a majority of the gameplay, or a majority of the players here, actually don't care that much about snaps. The people that do are the minority. So the average voter, they don't put a whole lot of thought or time into their own dream snaps, and they're not very likely to put a whole lot of time into thought in voting in for yours. So that's why making very complex snaps where you have to really think about it to understand the theme and understand the angle is risky. Because they're not thinking about their own snaps. They're not going to sit there and try to figure yours out. That's why making the theme extremely obvious is very important. And also, we've seen from years and years and years of snap results, and what tends to do good is that vibrant, well-lit photos, this applies to night and day, tend to perform better. You know, if you can stand out in the voting phase, when two pictures pop up, the one that immediately draws the eye of the voter is likely going to be the one to lock in the vote with the average voter. And that's where a lot of people, you know, get messed up with snaps, and they assume it's broken because they're making good photos, but they're not appealing to everybody. So if you make a strong dream snap that makes the theme extremely clear, extremely obvious, and you have good beauty elements, that starts with lighting, by the way. Lighting is the biggest part of a beauty element in this game. You can actually satisfy the average voter and the more technical players. You can satisfy both. And that's what you need to aim to do in every Dream Snap challenge. You need to satisfy both of those major demographics that are present during the voting phase. Sometimes you might pop up against the best of the best, and you end up getting results that, you know, you didn't deserve. You get less than you should have, because you had the unfortunate luck of popping up against a lot of the top-ranked players consistently, and that ends up knocking you down to like 1,500 or 2,500. That can happen to anybody. So, you know, don't look at your Dream Snap results when you get like a one-off where you miss out on 4K. Don't beat yourself up and feel like you're failing. Really, it's your average performance you need to take in. If on average you're underperforming, that's not the voting system. That's you not understanding the voters and not understanding what to prioritize in a Dream Snap submission. And I find it important to mention this because, you know, that comment about how no one is going to get 4K consistently anymore, and then just telling the person your snaps are wonderful, it's not you, it's the voting system, that's not helping that person improve. That's not helping that person get 4K. That's why I do what I do. Not everybody likes what I have to say if I point out that their Dream Snap might fall short during voting. But at the end of the day, the reason I can share that information is because after participating in every Dream Snap challenge there's ever been, week by week, I have always gauged results. And I've looked at what tends to do best on average to give me a pretty good idea and a pretty good understanding of what the average voter finds appealing. And I tend to prioritize those things in my snaps, and I consistently get 4K for it. So again, you know, the advice I give is not about what I like. It's not about what I think the best snap is. It's more about what tends to perform well on average. And making a snap that makes the theme extremely clear. So keeping the theme very simple, very obvious. And then making sure on top of that you prioritize beauty. And when it comes to beauty, there's a lot of things the average voters like. They love sparkles. You know, they go feral for fireflies, little fireworks, the aurora. They love shiny, sparkly. Good lighting is key. One of the big mistakes I see a lot of people make with like night snaps is, you know, this is beautiful. Make no mistake. This is pretty. Like, look how pretty the valley is. But it's not pretty enough to be competitive. Not in the 4K range. But if you were to push the camera closer a little bit to highlight the beauty of the avatar better, if you were to increase your character lighting to get the avatar to stand out more, if you were to boost your highlight to get a more light and color into the scene, now you're starting to get into that space where the average voter is going to see this and have it stand out to them, and they're going to be more excited for it. So snaps that are missing out on 4K, it's not that they're not beautiful. It's not that there's something inherently wrong with them. It's just that they're kind of missing the point of the voting. The point of voting, it's like running for office. You know, if you want to be mayor of a town, you can't just run based on what you want unless it aligns with everybody else. Like, maybe I want free donuts and you guys all want free cookies. Well, if I run my campaign on free donuts, a lot of people are going to say, well, I mean, that's cool, but it's not free cookies. And they're going to vote for the person that has free cookies. Snaps are the same way. It's the human element of voting that messes people up the most. And a huge part of snaps is understanding that. Understanding. And some weeks you don't feel like doing that. You know, there's going to be weeks where you don't feel like making a bright, vivid, you know, kind of colorful scene. And some themes don't work that way either. You know, for like Inside Out Weather, there were a lot of dark and dreary, rainy scenes. But they were the ones that got 4K still had a good beauty element. They had nice blue glowing lights in the background. They had cool effects from the lightning. There were a lot of good features present to up that beauty level. You know, glowing items, luminescent items, items that add more color and life into the photo, even in a dark and dreary setting. All these things are very important. But yes, most of the snaps I still come across are selfies. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. You know, that's the selfies. That's your average voter. That's who you are looking to appeal to when you make your snaps. And I think that's what messes people up. The guy said so many Facebook posts on snaps where people say they're perfect, don't change anything, and I'm sitting there like, well, don't listen to random Facebook feedback. Well, I honestly think that's why a lot of people have turned to our Dreamsnap reviews, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The way I see my role as somebody that has a good understanding of what the average voter likes and somebody that has had a lot of success in Dream Snaps, sure, I can make you feel good if you submit your Dream Snap and I just tell you it's perfect and it's wonderful and it's beautiful, but that's not why you're here, you know? And I get that. And I wish more people online got that, because when people share their snap to a Facebook post and they say, hey guys, I didn't get 4K this week, what could I have done differently? Most of the replies are the same thing. Oh my God, this is perfect. You totally deserve 4K. Don't change a thing. You're doing great. Everyone is scared to give constructive criticism. And that's okay. A lot of people just, they just want to be nice. My thing is, you can be nice and give the person what they're actually there for. You know, a lot of the times when people share results on my Facebook post on Wednesday, when I share my snap submission, I'll have a lot of people, you know, share their snap and say, oh, I got 1,500 this week. And I'll immediately comment on it, and I'll mention why I think that is. Sometimes the snap really is perfect. You know, yeah, there are some things you can do to be more appealing to the average voter. But there are oftentimes, each week, without fail, there are going to be snaps that would have gotten 4K had they popped up against other things. There are going to be snaps that, unfortunately, popped up against some really good snaps early on in voting, missed out on a lot of crucial votes. And if they would have popped up against the same random selfies everybody else was popping up against, they would have definitely gotten 4K. So that is going to happen. But that's why I say it's your average performance you need to be looking at. If every once in a while you miss out on 4K, you know, you get 2,500, 1,500, like once in a blue moon, or maybe once or twice every couple of months, you're doing a great job. You don't need to be too hard on yourself, you know. There's probably some ways you can still improve on average, but you're still, you know, on some of those weeks, there's a good chance you just had some unfortunate competition. And that's why another big thing I focus on for the snap reviews is how to be more competitive in snaps. Now, the funny thing is, you don't always need to be that competitive to get 4K. If you pop up against the right stuff, just doing the theme alone can be enough to get you 4K. But as far as being consistent, you want to approach every snap challenge under the assumption you're going to pop up against really good snaps. You might not be able to beat them all, but you want to design your snap in a way to where the voter has to think about it. Don't make it easy for them. Don't make it an easy choice because your photo is too dark and you don't have bold colors and you don't have good lighting. That's when it's an easy choice for them to choose the opponent. But if you have those things and you're delivering the theme very well, the theme is very clear, very obvious, then you're going to force them to have to consider which one to vote for. And if you can get them thinking about it, then you have a much better chance of locking in the vote. Sweet Lady Sue said, hi, my accounts were hacked, so I have been busy getting all of that sorted and refollowing my friends. Hope you've been doing well. Oh, thank you, Sue. Sorry to hear that, my friend. Sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate. DVS said, hi, Senpai. My Discuss Snap got 433, and I got 4K Moonstones after about 6 weeks of no 4K. Hey, let's go. I'm glad the Discuss did well. That's awesome. That's awesome. When I was voting, I came across several green snaps, which was really cool to see because I didn't see too many of them in the reviews. Black Knight says, if they ask for feedback, I will try to give some constructive criticism in a nice way, and then I normally recommend they check out your videos. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Leonard says, I'm a very sensitive person, and your feedback never hurts my feelings because I know you're trying to help. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. I also try to be clear on that when people are, joining the reviews for the first time. Like, even for people that aren't, like just for the YouTube videos, like when I do the snap reviews, I always open the video by saying, hey, everybody, if you're wondering why I'm critiquing these snaps, it's because that's what everybody wants me to do. They want me to help find ways to make them more competitive. Sometimes I'll come across a snap and I really don't have any advice. Some people are better at snaps than I am, and yet they still upload their snaps for me to review just to get an outside perspective, which is pretty funny, because like there are people within my community that submit for reviews every single week, and if I'm being honest, I would say they're better at snaps than I am. But they just like that extra perspective, which can be handy. A Hint of Jasmine says, I've been recommending your channel also. It's very helpful for snaps. Yeah, it's kind of like the main thing I cover here. I absolutely love snaps. We just do a lot with them. We do so much with snaps. I'm a little obsessed. Honestly, if it wasn't for snaps, I probably wouldn't be playing this game anymore. But snaps keep me coming back every single week. And I've had a lot of fun, making guide content and covering them. Anyway, we need to move on to snap results. So if there's anybody here that received a review from me on either Friday, Monday, or Tuesday, or from Yo Dakai, thank you for the 200 bits, my friend. Much appreciated. Closing in on halfway to the goal. Let's go, let's go. We've hit our last 171 consecutive goals on this channel. Quite the streak. Cowboy Barbie said, is this dress from a Disney movie? I don't know. Is it? I really like the dress. It's super pretty. But I don't know. I don't know if it's like a Dreamlight Valley unique thing. I can't think of any Disney movie with this dress. Maybe somebody in chat knows. It is really pretty, though. I like the dress a lot. I hope we get a theme soon that we can use this new dress in. Glitter says, Mother Gothel. Wait, did Gothel wear this? Oh, inspired by Mother Gothel. Yeah, I can see inspired, but I don't think they're, I don't necessarily think they were asking if it was inspired. I think they were asking if it was like an actual dress from an actual movie, which I don't think is the case. Let's see its tags. Yeah, it has the Dreamlight Valley tag, which means it's unique to this. It's not from a particular universe. So the universe tag on this dress is Dreamlight Valley. So that means it's not from any specific movie. And it has no universe tags. It's just a pretty Valley dress. I'm still surprised this was only 1,000 moonies, too. I would have paid more for this. It's really pretty. Probably one of the best looking dresses we have. Oh, yeah. I do have gold shoes with it. I just have these on because I was wearing the gold Clarion dress, but yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, they do look good with it. Barbie said, I love the dress, was just curious. Leo said, yeah, I'm getting the dress. You totally should. Really fair price on it. I think one of the prettiest dresses we've gotten. Between this, so my 3 favorite dresses in the game, I'm going to list them all for you right now. This one, the new one. Maybe that's because it's brand new and it's fun, but I really like the silky texture of it. I really like, the shoulder straps and the little gold fabric. And I love the dagger on the waist and the little bit of gold fabric here on the right-hand side. This is just an outstanding dress. Aside from that, the gold clarion dress is one of my favorites because I love the animation on it. And then I would say probably the sanguine dress that we got around Halloween. I really like the dark, and it has so much detail. It's just super fun. There are other dresses I like, but I think those might be my 3 all-time favorites. Hard to say, though. Hard to say. Yeah, PG, I talk about that all the time. Dreamsnaps need to be fun. You should be having fun when you do Dreamsnaps. But there's no rule that you can't have fun while being competitive. That's kind of a funny position to take, where it's like, well, I want to get 4K in Dreamsnaps, but I won't have fun if I give the voters what they want. If that's the case for you, then sure, you can just get 900 or 1,200 moonstones each week and enjoy yourself, But for me and for most of my community, we actually have a lot of fun playing competitively. I personally love it. Like, I love a challenge. That's one of the reasons I probably wouldn't be playing this game without Dreamsnaps. The only challenging thing in the entire Dreamlight Valley world, the quests are so simple a 3-year-old could do them. The gameplay, fishing, I prefer fishing in Stardew Valley over Dreamlight Valley because it's way more complex and it's actually challenging. I prefer Stardew Valley for a lot of things over Dreamlight Valley because it's more challenging. Like, you can actually fail, you can actually die. There's a lot of things you have to manage. I love games like that. So for me, I actually really love being competitive in Dreamsnaps. It's very fun. Not to mention, competitiveness aside, I love the fact that challenges push me out of my comfort zone. There are so many things I would never, ever build or create in this game if it wasn't for Dreamsnaps. That's another reason why I save all my Dreamsnaps. I don't delete any of them. I keep them all in a little folder on my PC. Because I would likely never make a scene like this just for fun. And what I do when I consider what I'm going to build for my snap, I choose something based on making sure it makes the theme extremely clear, making sure it has a high beauty factor, and making sure it's something I'm going to enjoy building and be proud of. So, maybe for some people out there, if they can't make exactly what they want, they just won't have fun, I guess. And if that's you, then that's fine. It's a video game. But we talk about this a lot. I hear from some people that, they're not getting the results they want from Dreamsnaps, so they're immediately like, I'm not having fun with Dreamsnaps. Well, that's already a problem. If you're not enjoying the creation of Dreamsnaps, you're kind of missing the whole point of it. It's a game. You should be having fun. And that's exactly why we see so many selfie submissions. Not everybody has fun doing this. And I love the selfie submissions. I absolutely adore selfie submitters because they make it easier for the rest of us to get 4K. So when I go out voting and it's hard to find a good Dreamsnap, I am thankful. I am thankful for that because it's easier for those of us that actually really enjoy decorating and really enjoy delivering the theme. It's easier for us to get good results. And you can look for ways to improve and deliver what voters want while still having fun. So kind of going off the assumption that those two things have to be separate is a fallacy. That's not the case at all. Those two things do not have to be separate by any stretch of the imagination. They can be separate for specific people. And for those people, I say, just do what you want. Throw out a random selfie, throw a couple items down and take a picture. But I feel like for a game like Dreamlight Valley, which is heavily rooted in creativity, a lot of the people that play this game actually enjoy being creative. And that's also why we see when a challenge isn't certain people's cup of tea, like it's not the kind of theme they like, it's not the kind of vibe they like, they'll put less effort in, and they won't care as much about the results. That's also fine, if you're not going to enjoy making something. I can't tell you how many times there was a theme that didn't really resonate with me, where I was like, this theme is kind of lame, and I ended up really, really enjoying it. For example, Crafted with Care. When I read the description for this, I was like, this kind of sucks. Like, I like nature builds, I like magical builds. I don't want to do a craftsman. I don't want to do woodworking. That doesn't sound fun. But when I started working on it and I started visualizing what I could do, I really enjoyed the challenge. That's what's so cool about Dreamsnaps. They have me building things I would never even consider building. And that's where a lot of the fun comes from. So yeah, if you're not having fun with Dreamsnaps, I would just, I wouldn't do them. You can always just buy the moonstones or just like not even have the premium items. All that stuff is optional anyway. I think where a lot of people end up not having fun is simply because they're not getting good results and then they feel bad about their snaps. When in fact, they probably easily could get 4K if they just kind of understood, what to prioritize for the voters, which is still going to be fun. You're still going to have fun appealing to the voters, because part of the fun is seeing the success, seeing the growth. At least it is for me. And I've been very consistent with snaps, but it's super fun for me to see a lot of people in my community when I get comments from people each week saying, oh, I got 4K for the first time, or I got my highest rank ever. Like that's really cool and it's really enjoyable. So, but yeah, and I have recommended for a lot of people just to take a break, because I have had a lot of people that just, they're having a hard time with snaps and it's not fun. It's starting to feel like a chore. It's starting to feel like a side gig. They don't want to do the theme that week. When that's the case, just take a step back, at the end of the day, the whole point of a video game is to decompress, to de-stress, to enjoy yourself. And, some people play highly competitive things like Overwatch or StarCraft or, different PvP games. And it's not really enjoyable when you get matched up against somebody that beats the absolute hell out of you. And then you get stressed and you're yelling at your keyboard or something. I don't know. But yet those people still turn back to those games and play them because the thrill of success brings them joy. But yeah, some weeks, it's good to just take a break. And if you are going to take a break, I recommend just submit a random selfie and just take whatever moonstones you get, or just throw something together. One of the cool things is too, on weeks where you're not really feeling the challenge, my recommendation would be to build a very basic, simple snap and just try to make it pretty and see how it does. So for Pattern Party here, this took me 25 minutes, maybe. And it was around top 100, and it's so low effort. Like, I put the background literally right behind the avatar. There's not much depth of field. I just have a pattern dress. We have pattern villagers. We have the patterns of the rainbow. We have some confetti. We have some party hats for the pattern party aspect. But if you're not really feeling a challenge, build something very simple, very basic, something that doesn't take up too much of your time, and then try to find enjoyment seeing how that does. And if it doesn't get 4K, no sweat. You put 25 minutes into it. Who cares, right? I think that's a great direction to take. Or just take a break in general. Come back, take a little hiatus from Dreamsnaps if you're not having fun with it. Wait for a challenge that resonates with you, because there will be one. You might not care for Crafted with Care. You might not enjoy Desert Haven. But maybe you're a big fan of Inside Out. So whenever this challenge pops up, you'll find something you'll really enjoy doing. So that's another fun way to approach it. But just don't, don't force yourself to do every week's challenge, especially if you're not having fun. I think you're more likely to do good in a Dreamsnap challenge if you're enjoying yourself and if you are conscious of, voters and the voting system itself and the theme. Speaking of which, this week's theme is pretty cool. The fact that we have a community decision theme. Beachy said I got 1,200 this week, and I don't feel cheated because I spent less than 30 minutes on it. If I had taken me all that playtime, I would feel differently. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, PG. I think that's a great way to go about it. And every once in a while, you might spend, 25 to 30 minutes on a snap and end up getting 4K. This one and this one, I actually was not very proud of this. I threw this snap together very quickly, just like Pattern Party. It had some good pizzazz, with like the Pluto memories, and like Minnie. What took the longest in this was getting Figaro and Minnie, like in this cute little kind of animation here. But a lot of the yard was empty. There wasn't like a lot of detail here. It just had a lot of flashy color. But voters do love vibrant colors and color diversity, and they love seeing, the theme very well featured. So it ends up being another top 100 submission. And I didn't even think this was that good. Like, to me, I feel like this deserved, I wouldn't be surprised if it got 2,500 or rank 6,000 instead of rank 100. But if it had gotten less, I wouldn't have been upset, because like I didn't spend much time on it. And I think that's a great way to approach it as well. So if a theme isn't your cup of tea, just spend less time on it. And who knows, you might still end up getting 4K, but at least you'll get something. And if you only spend like, 20 minutes on a snap and it gets 1,200, hey, it's not a bad deal. Susan said, I love trying to make a good snap. It's fun. Not fun for everybody, but fun for many. Amy said, same, it gives me ideas for builds as well. Yeah, I think that's actually my favorite thing. That's actually my favorite thing about snaps is it very often pushes me out of my comfort zone. There's a lot of things I wouldn't make that I make specifically for snaps that I would never consider. Mama Flash says, well, that's quite the positive way of looking at the selfie submissions. Thank you for that. Yes. The selfie submissions, I hear a lot of complaints about them, like, from people that vote. Like when you go into voting, and I get it because if you go into voting, it's kind of exciting to find good snaps. You're like, oh my God, look what I found. Like, this is so pretty. But it's hard to find them. And most of the time when you go into voting, you're just going to kind of come across like, shots kind of like this. And, well, this one's pretty good. Not a bad first pull. But yeah, you're going to see a lot of, snaps that you're just like, that wasn't a very exciting voting session. And that does bum a lot of people out. Fun story. All right, story time here. A while back, I think like maybe 3 months ago, I released a video which was called 5 Things I Do Every Week in Dreamlight Valley. And it was just things I always prioritize, even if I don't have much time to play and I'm not going to have, much time in the game. These are the things that I just always try to do. And one of those things was Dream Snaps. And in the video, I said, even if you have 1 minute, just submit a random selfie. Just throw something in there. It's free moonstones. And I remember I had this commenter that was so pissed in my comments. And he was like, I am so sick of you creators telling people to submit random selfies. I'm so tired of seeing selfies when I vote. And they were just like so mad at me. And I was like, my brother, your beef is not with me. Your beef is with GameLoft. As long as the system gives you free moonstones no matter what, it is incentivizing submitting something. I'm sorry you're not enjoying voting, but at the same time, if you're submitting snaps, it's good that these are out there. And of course, after I explained to them that the more random selfies that are out there, the more random photos that are out there, the better the odds are for the people that put time and effort in to get good results. Of course, after I explained that, they just didn't even reply, because they were just, angry. So they didn't want to consider the outside perspective. But there's a lot of people that feel that way. There's a lot of people that immediately look at voting, and I get it. I do. Voting kind of sucks, Like, trust me, I make a weekly video just about every week for members, because I like to do something for the channel members on YouTube, like a little exclusive video. And most weekends, I do a voting video where I hunt down 10 good snaps to vote on, and I discuss them, and I make my votes, and I upload it to YouTube. And when I do this, sometimes it takes way longer than it should just to find 10 really good snaps to vote on and discuss. And a video that should have taken me 30 minutes to make ends up taking an hour and a half, because I just had to cycle through that many dream snaps to find ones I wanted to talk about. So I understand, I understand that it can be frustrating. But at the same time, there is a silver lining there. The bright side of this is when I see all of those snaps, especially on challenges where there's just so many of them, I immediately think about the snaps I reviewed leading up to that. And I'm like, man, so many people in my community are so talented. So many of them are going to be getting good results, because I've been sitting here voting for an hour and a half, and I haven't found nearly any dream snaps at all that are as good as the ones that were shown to me during that stream. So then I feel good about it. So yeah, it sucks if you're trying to hunt down good snaps. But on the bright side, that people that are putting in the time and effort and trying to make beautiful snaps, beautiful art creations, are very likely to, perform well. Not always, sometimes people do get unfortunate results, even though they put in good time and effort. Voting is unpredictable. You never know what you're going to pop up against. But on average, the random submissions out there definitely help a lot of people. Mama Flash says, I'm on those people that look at selfie submissions negatively, but I don't like to be a negative person, so I appreciate the positive perspective. I will use that thinking in my voting for the future. You know what I like to see, what's really rare? Like, one of the things I really love is good selfies. It's so hard to find, because most selfies you see when voting are just like throwaway submissions just to get the moonies. But like every once in a while, you'll see a selfie where I kind of want to challenge myself. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to try to get 4K with a selfie. I've never tried. I've never submitted a selfie, but I'm like very tempted to give it a shot. Mama Dukes did it. One of my mods. I forget what challenge it was, but she was like, I didn't want to spend too much time on this challenge. Oh, it was the Western one. That's what it was. It was, so Mama Dukes for the Wild West Wanders. She ended up submitting a selfie, but it was actually good. And I reviewed it, and I was like, I have no idea what to expect from this. I never see good selfies. They're really hard to come by. I've seen a couple in my voting time, but they're extremely rare, because most selfies don't really have much to do with the theme. They're just like a quick throwaway submission just for the moonies. But when I reviewed it, I was actually really excited about it, because it was a well-crafted selfie. They had a good look on the avatar. The camera was kind of panned to where we could see a lot of the Western build, and they had good, villagers involved. And I was like, this is so fun. I hope it gets 4K. And it did. It did end up getting 4K, which is really cool. So I kind of want to do it too. I kind of want to push myself to try to do a good selfie submission for one of these challenges, just to see if I can pull it off. But the only risky thing there is that there's a stigma attached to selfies, because there's so many bad ones. There's so many, well, I wouldn't say bad, they just don't have anything to do with the challenge. There's so many throwaway selfies. And as long as those are out there, I feel like there's always a chance people might not give your selfie an opportunity. They might just see and be like, oh, great, another selfie, and then just skip. But the fact that good selfies can and will get 4K is pretty fun. That's pretty fun. Break the stigma. Dude, one thing, Amanda, that's why we need a selfie challenge. I'm actually really surprised Dreamlight Valley has never given us a challenge called My Best Selfie or like Disney Park Selfie, something. Just if they add the word selfie in the title, we would actually have a challenge where everyone's doing selfies. And I feel like that would be a really fun challenge because it would be totally different than, you know, everything else we've done. And for once, like, everything would be selfies and we'd see probably some really creative selfies. And I would love to vote in a challenge like that just to find some cool snaps. Next to a selfie would be so fun and technical to get good and noticeable. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be a lot of fun. I think one of the big reasons selfies aren't too popular is because, like I said, for one, there's a lot of throwaway selfies. And then, you know, in the past when we had outfit challenges, you don't get to see much of the outfit in a selfie, but you do get a really good look at the eyes, good look at the makeup, good look at the hair, pretty good look at the back piece, necklace. So you get some good features there. My only concern is I guarantee you, if we had a selfie challenge, there would be so many people that just use this pose. That's my only concern, is that like people are so attached to portrait mode that if we had a selfie, a challenge that was specifically about selfies, they would just use this. They still wouldn't do a selfie probably. I would definitely do a selfie. Just because I think that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, that's the only thing that would worry me, is that everyone would just default to this. But yeah. P says so many people don't even know how to exit selfie mode. What? Well, maybe if they're like a child, I guess. But I mean, it literally tells you like on the side of your screen. But I mean, you know, if you don't do anything with the camera, sure. If you like never use the camera. But like, I feel like anybody that's messed with the camera for more than 5 minutes should know there's different camera modes. Now, I will say there are a lot of people that are not comfortable with free mode. The third mode. The one where you can zoom in and out. I was actually helping one of our friends during a review stream where they were posing on the ground with sadness, and I recommended the free mode. And they had never used it, so they had no idea how to like do the zoom out or pan to the side. A lot of people don't know how to use this mode. And granted, the controls could be better. The controls on this are kind of janky and annoying. But I've never personally met somebody that doesn't know how to switch camera modes. I've met a lot of people that don't know how to use free mode. But, you know, there are a lot of kids that play the game, and there's a lot of people that this is like the only game they've ever played. I've talked to a lot of people that, you know, they got Dreamlight Valley because they're big Disney fans, but they've never played video games before. So if you're somebody that's never played a video game and controls are like very foreign to you, then yeah, for sure, I could see you not knowing how to get out of selfie mode, or if you're a kid. But I think for anybody that's picked up a controller in their life, that spent more than 5 minutes in the camera mode, I would hope they would know how to get out of selfie. I mean, I said free mode is in fact my arch nemesis. One thing I've learned working in the corporate world is that people do not read. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. That is true, that is true. Autumn said it's funny because when I started Snaps, I didn't know the second mode was the meta. So I was pretty comfy with the free mode, which finally helped me for the city challenge. I love free mode for like certain scenes. I think it's very good for certain challenges, certain builds. I rarely use it. You know, I'm in portrait mode most of the time. But I do have some really fun free mode shots. I think I've been using portrait mode since the beginning. Like, this is my first ever Dream Snap. This got like rank 400 or something. Very empty, no foreground. It was Dreamlight Ball, you know, and I wanted it to feel like a ballroom. It ended up doing well. I was excited to get 4K because I didn't know what to expect for the first challenge. But from the get-go, I used portrait mode a lot. And I think the first snap where I really got into... Well, I think this might have been my first free mode. Yeah, I think it might be my first free mode submission. And that one might have been. Oh, this is free mode. Yeah, this is before we knew how to push the camera up. So to get closer to the avatar, I did this in free mode. And free mode is good, make no mistake. I do think free mode is very viable for snaps. I think it's very useful, but it is a bit more technical. I feel like for free mode, it's best to have a good understanding of the camera tool and of snaps in general. So for most people that are like new or getting into snaps, I highly recommend going with portrait mode until you're comfortable. And then once you are comfortable, you know, free mode is good for stuff like this. Like this was valley views, and the whole idea of the challenge was that you're looking out into this beautiful view. So putting myself at the top of the lagoon, looking down, because I'm on top of a hill. And I have the free mode position like behind the shoulder of the avatar, looking over her shoulder and like really, you know, playing up the view that she's taking in. And this ended up working out really well. But yeah, most of the time I use portrait. And you know, this is like all the snaps I submitted. A lot of this is well before the meta shifted. You know, before we started pushing the camera up closer, before we had the sliders, before we could really customize our snaps like we can now. And it's funny, when we get to the modern snaps, you'll see just how different they are. Yeah, now we're starting to get there where we're pushing the camera forward a lot more. This one was a rank 2 submission. And I think it might have been the closest I had gotten to the camera. Yeah. That's funny. I never realized that. The first ever submission where I got like right up on the camera was the first one I had get rank 2. I really like this one. Fairy Haven. This was such a pretty challenge. I also really like Limitless Landscapes. And I like the Architectural Challenge. Challenges where you don't really need to worry about the avatar at all, and it's more about the environment, I think they're really fun. But yeah, I love this one. We got a little rainbow fox here. And for Limitless Landscapes, I chose the Beanstalk Marshes because I really like the castle as the backdrop. I thought that was really fun. This one was kind of neat. Master of Disguise. The whole point of this challenge was to make your avatar blend in. I feel like I did pretty good on that. And I wanted to have storytelling as well. So I'm like under the sea spying on Ursula. You know, she's got a little cauldron here. And I tried to use colors to like blend into the like coral pillar here. I have like the blue hair, blue skin. Of course, back then we still had to use tags. So like, you know, I couldn't use exactly what I wanted, but I got pretty close. I mean, I am pretty well hidden, I think. Ginger Snap said, I love Master of Disguise. I blended with a blueberry things from Eternity Isle. Oh, that's cool. PG. Not every challenge sells premium items, though. I mean, look at this week's. A community challenge also isn't designed to sell items. You know what I mean? There's nothing in the shop this week that resonates with Beachy Bliss. And we have challenges all the time that don't have things in the premium shop. It's funny, too, because last week, you know, we had items in the shop that work well, but you definitely don't need to use them. If Gameloft really wanted to make money last week, they should have put these wings in the shop. And they also should have put Nana in the shop because both of these are, you know, Peter Pan items. But yeah, they'll commonly put things in the shop that, like, work with the challenge, but not every week. How did you get the bubble so big? Are you talking about in the Master of Disguise? It's just closer to the camera. This one's just right up against the camera, so it's much closer to me. Or, you know, like the avatar is much further ahead as compared to that, so it's just in the foreground to make it bigger. How do I say your name, CD? CDNY? Is it like Sydney? So you said I've been practicing on Nintendo with free mode, but it's so hard on Nintendo. I also use a controller. So pretty much the same as Nintendo, because I have a Switch too. And these two controllers, like my Switch Pro controller and my Xbox controller that I use on PC, they have almost the same button mapping, same triggers, same joysticks. So for me, using free mode is really no different. I would say the hardest way to use free mode is mouse and keyboard. It's so bad on mouse and keyboard, which is why I like to use a controller. The problem on mouse and key is it's a little janky and touchy. You can always lower your some of your settings, but it's not as smooth. Whereas, you know, on my Xbox controller, which is just like the Switch controller, I actually find it much easier because I can be very gentle with the joystick and get the alignment just right. But I always use controller for third person. Gingersnap said, "Oh, that's why I struggle hard. I'm using mouse and keyboard." My advice, if you're going to use mouse and keyboard, do you have a gaming mouse? You can lower your DPS on the mouse to where it scrolls slower. If you have a gaming mouse, it's usually set up that way. So I would set it up to be very far from sensitive. It might be easier. But yeah, Gingersnap, I would recommend controller for free mode. I think controller is much better on there. PG, you'll also notice that that's the way it is at the end of every update. So, you know, towards the back end of pretty much every single Dreamlight Valley update, there's not much stuff in the premium shop. And also, I think it's worth mentioning, PG, that I review hundreds of snaps, right? I have loads of community members here that submit their snaps to me every week. You do not need to buy premium items to, like, get 4K. You really don't. It is not something you need to do. When it comes down to it, the people that are buying these items, if they work with the challenge, they'll use them, but you definitely don't have to have them. And most of my friends here that are actually really good at Dreamsnaps, even though they know an item in the shop could be really good, if it's not something they're going to use in their valley, they won't buy it. They'll just use something else for the Dreamsnap challenge. So, you know, Gameloft knows what they're doing when it comes to trying to sell more of these items by having them kind of tie into the challenge. But we've literally had so many challenges where there were not premium items in the shop for that challenge. This is nothing new. We have a lot of challenges where there are items in the shop that work with the challenge, but they're far from required to get 4K. Like, if you watch my Thursday videos that break down each challenge, I always heavily discuss budget items for people that don't have premium stuff and don't have DLCs. So there's always a lot of options there. If Gameloft wanted to take this to an extreme, they could, but they're not. Like, for example, during Desert Haven, they didn't put the Desert Palace in the shop. They could have set the entire shop up to be desert themed. They did include a lot of good stuff, but, you know, there were a lot of things in there that you didn't really need at all. And then, you know, you'll have challenges like Majesty on Ice, where they give us Elsa's Crystal Castle. You know, that's very clear, very intentional. And, like, items that work really well with things like that. But then you have things like Cozy Holiday Cheer. There's not a single new item in here that I didn't already have. You know, this is another top 100. Nothing from the shop I didn't already have. For this one, I'm not using anything new. So nothing new in this. And this was, I think, like rank 115 or something. This one I am using the new ski lodge and the new ski lift. I'm not using anything new for this one. We didn't really have anything in the shop that was necessary for Hair with Flair. For Pattern Party, we had this new dress in the shop. But, like, there's so many dresses with patterns that can work. Architectural Statement is another one you really don't need I mean, you don't need premium items for any of these, honestly. Sure, they're fun to use and they can work well. For Pals with Pauls, Pluto was literally free, and the challenge was about Pluto. Literally free. So yeah, they do put stuff in the shop that works well with the theme, but you never have to have that stuff. You really don't. Like in this one, I got nothing new here. Actually, it's pretty funny. Most of these snaps, I don't have any of the new stuff. And this one, I have that new Moonstone outfit, but I do really love the way that looks. Very beautiful. But yeah, most of this is just free stuff. Tree from the STARPATH, a lot of Pocahontas items. Pocahontas' house, free new character, free companion. You can just do the same snap with a different outfit. Cozy Dreams. So for this one, yeah, I'm also not using any new items here. Not premium anyway. This is all old stuff. I did buy the Swirling Sands for this, but I will happily spend Moonstones on anything that has good Dreamsnap utility, like the Aurora or the Swirling Sands. I think those are like the best things to buy. That's why the Wisps are so good to pick up, but they're bugged, which really sucks. Vox says, why did I get an ad? That's weird. Your sub might be gone, my friend. Your Capybara badge is gone. Peter said, that's why I tune in every week. Thank you for those. Yeah, I will always look out for you guys when it comes to budget options, because I totally understand, you know, not wanting to like open your wallet every week just to do well in Dream Snaps. But I like to point out that you really don't have to, you know. And in every single one of my Thursday videos, I promise you I will always cover budget options. This week we don't have to worry about it though, because this week there's actually nothing in the shop that really you need to worry about. I was happy to pick up the Aurora this week. Dude, I'm so glad that's back, CurseDB. I was actually talking about that. I do recommend, if you guys don't have this, I know I just finished saying you don't need premium items to do well in Dream Snaps, and you don't. But items with very high utility and a very low cost, I think are probably the most important items to pick up. The Aurora is an absolute blessing in Dream Snaps. Because when it comes to snaps, one of the things I try to do very consistently is fill the photo. You know, if I have an open space, I'll use like the sun motif, right? Or we'll go heavy on the clouds, you know, whatever we can do to like fill out the image. So for the sky, you know, having this Aurora in the back gives us a beautiful layer on the top of the snap. And you'll see I'm using the Aurora a lot. Like bro, actually, yeah, hang on. So how many was that in a row with the Aurora? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so 4 snaps in a row with the Aurora. And then I have one this week with without the Aurora as well. But yeah, for this week's challenge, or I mean, sorry, last week's for City by Moonlight, to make a city, we actually have really good items just kind of baked into the game that you can get pretty early on. Tiana's Palace, Shea Remy, Scrooge's Shop, Remy's House, Mike and Sully's Apartment, Daisy's Boutique. There's so many good items you can use for like city building. And on top of that, if you've done the more recent star paths, Tony's Restaurant, a lot of people have that now. Now that is technically premium because you have to have the premium star path for that. But the star paths are pretty good bang for your buck. I think they're worth getting for sure. Budget options and the videos in general, it narrows it down for me, especially that tags are of lower importance. I'm glad they did that, honestly. My biggest qualm with the tag system was that it provided a bit of an unfair advantage for anybody that understood it. Hey, Jen, thank you, my friend. Jingle Bells coming in with the big 468 bits. Let's go, let's go. Thank you so much, my friend. Getting pretty close to halfway on the goal here. If you guys are enjoying the content, consider supporting. You absolutely don't have to, by the way. This is totally optional. I am not going to hunt you down and demand you give me tips. So we have hit 171 consecutive goals here on this channel. Today is big number 172. We're about halfway there on the goal for today. But thank you guys. Thank you for the previous 171 consecutive goals here. If you do want to tip or support, your options are bits, super chats, or you can type exclamation tip or exclamation donate to do direct donations, which the platforms don't take a cut of. So that's another fun thing. But yeah. Also, totally optional, by the way. And if we do not hit today's goal, it is not the end of the world. The fact that we've hit 171 goals consecutively is absolutely insane. So thank you for that. Oh, the Fireflies? Yeah, hopefully those will come back for you soon, too. Fireflies are very, very good. Yeah, I'm super sad that the Wisps are broken for a lot of people. I will say they will very likely be fixed at the beginning of the next update since they're premium. So the update is 19 days away, about 19 days away. So if you do get the Wisps, what I think they should do is refund it to everybody and give it to everybody for free. That's what I think they should do. Same thing they did with some other items that have been broken in the past. I think they should refund everybody for the shooting stars, and I think they should refund everybody for the Wisps and just make them free items, because that's their fault. You know, that they didn't play test it, they didn't work it out. But yeah, we're about 19 days away from the next update. So if you do pick up the Wisp, they will very likely be fixed in 19 days. What are the Wisps? They're in the shop. They're pretty cute. They're not showing up on PlayStation, and they're not showing up on Xbox. But this is how they look. These little guys. I really like them. I think they're super fun. I do wish they didn't move so fast. Oh, they're just chilling right now. Do they only move when I get close to them? Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. So they'll just hang out until you get close to them. Well, that's neat. That makes some really good background items. And yeah, when you come up to them, they'll just wisp away. And then they'll reappear and disappear. As long as you're close by, they'll leave. But I think this could be really good for some fun Dreamsnap effects. You know, you can get some cool... I can definitely see people doing some neat stuff with this, because this, like, blue wisp of smoke. So for those of you that are like, I'm glad I didn't buy them, I passed on them. If you have the Moonstones, I know they're broken right now, but since it's a premium item, it's pretty much guaranteed to get fixed, because Gameloft cares more about the premium items than they do about free stuff. Yo, Vox, thank you for the resub, my friend. Let's go, let's go. Much appreciated. Yeah, Gameloft will always prioritize fixing premium stuff. So it likely won't get patched until the next update comes. So the next update is about 19 days away. So if you did pick them up, you'll have about 3 weeks where they don't work. But I do think, if we're only 1,200, the Dreamsnap utility, these guys, I think, is pretty good. You know, it's kind of like other items. Again, anything that puts off light, anything that glows, anything that has an animation, I think is very good to consider for Dreamsnaps. So even if you're on PlayStation, I would still consider these. I know it's stupid that they're bugged. And who knows, maybe they will refund it to us. I don't know. Well, if they don't work for PlayStation, I won't get them cisgen. Yeah. I think they should put them back in the shop in the next update, since, you know, they're broken in this update. Yeah, a whole bunch of people got the, what was it? The shooting stars, and those are bugged. All right. Oh, that's a good idea, Muggle. Yeah, pin them. You can just pin them. That way, if they do get fixed, you'll have them. And they're only 1,200, so if you're on PlayStation or Xbox, I think you should pin them. I think that's the good play. All right, well, let's talk Dreamsnap results. Most of you guys did really good on Inside Out Weather, from what I've seen. Is there anybody here, anybody at all, that received a Dreamsnap review, did not get 4K, and wants to know what they could have done to make their snap more competitive? Anybody at all? Anybody at all? Ronald said I got 2,500, but I think it's just because mine was risky. Oh, Michelle, hello, hello. Michelle said I got 900 moonstones. Yeah, but we didn't review yours. We didn't review yours. You know, you are a supporter, Michelle. You could submit your dream snaps for review if you would like. And we can help you build up on them. Heather said I got 2,500, but I didn't get a review. Well, it looks like it might just be Ronald. No, I keep forgetting to do that. Well, you don't have to be here for the review, Michelle. You can submit for review anytime. Basically, you just go into the Discord and link your Twitch and your Discord, and you'll be able to access the review form. And, you know, like once you make your Beachy Bliss snap, you can just upload it to our Discord server, and I'll review it on Monday, even if you're not here. And then you can always go back and check it out. Beagle Mama, thank you, my friend. Beagle Mama coming with a big 300 bits. Let's go, let's go. Much appreciated, Beagle Mama. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. Getting very close to halfway on the goal. Thank you, thank you. So it looks like, for the most part, everybody that received a review is, like, very happy with their results. Awesome, guys. Awesome. So, yeah, I know Ronald said they got 25. Ronald said, I'm on like a 5-week streak of no 4K, which sucks because I'm trying to catch up on old premium items. Well, you did get 2,500, which is very close. I mean, we can take a look at it. What risk did you take, Ronald? I can't remember. I know we reviewed your snap, but I don't remember what the risk was. Since we don't have as many to review here, we can take a look at my Facebook post. Yeah, we got a lot of comments here. A lot of snaps to look through. But yeah, there's... Oh, nice. Ring 5. Oh, this is the one in the public submissions. Yeah, yeah. Remember seeing this one. Very cool, very cool. Oh, that's cool with the wind. This is very fun. What a cool way to do the weather. This got rank 19. Yeah, good character lighting. The rushing wind combined with the... I also like that they made like a farmland. And using the cosmic figs here just to add more blue was clever. That's cool. Beyblade got rank 243.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Yo, Amanda, thank you, my friend.
That is all. Cool face emoji.
Well, you rock. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Over halfway on the goal now. Let's go. 26.69 on the board. Nice. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. It is pretty cool to see, though. I mean, so many of the snaps we reviewed being in the 4K range is awesome. And thank you so much, Amanda. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Amanda coming in with the support. Powder NorCal, so my partner and I both did snap Sadness in a Graveyard, Extremely Similar. First snap, 1,500. Second snap, 2,500. Well, you know, we talk about that, Powder NorCal. There are snaps out there. You can have the exact same snap, get 4,000 moonstones, and an identical copy of it get 1,500. You have no control over what you pop up against. But if both snaps are designed to be very competitive, then they both have a good shot at 4K. But you can get 4K for a snap just by doing the theme and nothing else. We talk about that all the time. Now, do I recommend that? No, because odds are you won't get 4K. But yeah, you can get 4K with just the theme. You can even get top 3. I talk about this picture a lot. This is from Coziness Beyond the Stars. This was the rank 2 public submission. Rank 2. Nothing on the ceiling, no lights, empty room, just the Naboo stuff. That's it. And so many people were so confused. But we know how this happened. They did the theme. They just consistently popped up against photos they could beat. I mean, honestly, if you look at the rank 1, it's not out of the public ones. This snap, it's good. I think it deserves 4K. But It's not as good as the rank 2 or rank 3. So if we look at the snap, you know, it uses a lot of the same items on this side. There's not much inside-out decor. Like, they do have the gold little orb over here. But, I mean, look at how much stronger this one is, right? This makes sense, I think, in the top 3. This one had a very good, fortunate run on voting. And the same thing can happen for you and your partner's photo. They could be very similar. They could be identical. If one pops up against random selfies, it can find itself all the way up at the top rank of the entire challenge. Whereas if the other one pops up against snaps like this, it could end up not even getting 1,500. It just comes down to what you pop up against. That's why the best way to get 4K consistently is to design your snaps to be competitive. Design your snaps to where it's not an easy choice between this one and yours. Now, of course, you know, it's hard to make a snap that's going to beat like some of the top ranked stuff every week. But by designing your snaps in a competitive sense, you'll have better odds of at least staying in that 4K range. Eagle almost said 4K rank 717. My snap definitely improved after your review on this one. So muchas gracias. Very nice, very nice. Blood Raven said, good afternoon, Senpai and chat. I was looking at the top 3 and I'm thinking number 1 is a community member. It looks really familiar. No, I don't think so. Rank 1 is not one of us. If it were a snap that we reviewed, it would likely have the sun motif included. And I think there would be a few differences here. Now, this one is very similar to some of the snaps we reviewed. But difference with the houses. But we did see a lot of snaps like this. We saw a lot of snaps like this. It's a very popular aesthetic for this week. Now, this person is actually one of our friends on Facebook because they shared their snap in the Facebook post as well. Oh, is that you, Cambria? Is this one yours? So you're on Facebook and you're on Twitch. Okay, nice. Yeah, good to tie a face with the name here. Yeah, not only did you get top 5, but you got featured in the, you know, in the public submissions, which is awesome. But yeah, there's always going to be fluctuation. And that's why you know, your goal with snaps is just aim for 4K. And you know, both of the snaps you guys submitted, Powder NorCal, could have gotten 4K. If they're made competitively. Just depends on what you pop up against at the end of the day. LOTR said, how do you guys do 2 submissions? I have the PS5 and Switch, but our Moonies are connected, so I'm not sure if I can. Separate accounts. You're playing on the same account, LOTR. So, NorCal was talking about 2 submissions because they said my partner and I did a snap, Sadness and Graveyard Extreme is similar. So, those are 2 separate accounts, 2 separate players. So, it's not, you know, if you have the game, the same account, and you're cloud loading from PlayStation to Switch or something, that's still the same account. You can't submit twice. But yeah, there's a lot of people that have multiple accounts. Oh, Canadian mom, are you still here? So, that's just a joke, by the way. You're not actually in trouble. I'm not actually gonna drag my chatbot into a closet and beat him. So, if you're new here, or newer, we have a running joke on my channel where when I would be decorating, like my valley, people would constantly remind me of the item limit, and they would basically spam chat about the limit. So, we banned the word limit as a joke. And I hope it's pretty obvious that it's a joke, because when the Streamlabs bot, you know, comments on it, it says, please refrain from using the L word. Senpai gets very angry when we talk about it. Last time I let somebody get away with saying it, he dragged me into a closet and beat me. I'm just a little robot. Don't let him hurt me again. Do not say it. So, don't worry. I'm not actually going to beat my chat bot. It's just a joke. Basically, if you type the word limit in your comment gets deleted and you get a 1-second timeout. But it's just for giggles. It's just for giggles. So, just want to make sure you're aware, Canadian Mom, that you're not actually in any trouble. I tried to make that pretty, pretty apparent with the chatbot response, but I feel like some people sometimes think that they actually broke a rule. But no. Marie said, yeah, he doesn't feed the mods. Am I supposed to? I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Well. Oh, well. Graceful line over here trying to type limit. Yeah, we've banned several different variations of the word, too. All right, Gender Snap, don't make me add that one to it. Miss Spock says sometimes sarcasm doesn't come through as well in writing for some people. Yeah, I'm sure some people would probably assume that I do get very angry about the word limit, and I actually dragged somebody into a closet and beat them, and they are just a little robot, and they don't want to get hurt again. So, there probably are people that... Tabby said, I don't know, I'm inclined to believe the chatbot. They're lying, Tabby. No. I'm gonna beat my chatbot just for you tonight. I'm gonna make sure he suffers. I'm gonna make sure of that. Ashley said, I am never sarcastic. I don't even know sarcasm. Get out of here. I've seen 2 variations make it through. Yeah, PG found out, they just put a bunch of M's on it. Sadly, I can't ban all the different variations. I think if you replace the I's with 1s, it still picks it up. Yeah, there's like a bunch of different versions that are banned. Whoa, but also, nice. All right, now a bunch of people on Twitch chat are just trying to say the word limit. Okay. Honestly, I might just have to get rid of that joke, you guys. I might just have to unban the word limit, because I do worry sometimes that, like, new people that are not familiar with, like, our inside jokes, especially now that I'm on YouTube as well and you have the same chatbot, I am worried that some people might not know that they're not in trouble. Hey, let's go! Fim Bates out. Thank you, my friend. Fim coming in with the
4K week.
Let's go.
527.
Ooh,
Wanted
nice.
to say thanks again.
That is awesome, my friend. I knew you were safe. You had a really good sadness build. It was, you utilized a lot of the stuff we discussed in the video very well. So yeah, I am not surprised you got a great rank. Well done, Fim. Well done. Honestly, Fim, we've been talking about it today, and there's like hardly anyone here that we worked with that got less than 4K. Now I know Ronald said they got 2,500, but they said they took a risk, so I can't remember. Oh wait, I think I remember what Ronald's was. Was it your Fear Snap that ended up getting 2,500? If that's the case, that's kind of a bummer because I really did like that one. But yeah, the safer route this week for Inside Out were the options that were kind of listed. Like doing Joy and Sadness were very popular because it played up the weather dynamic more. Canadian Mom said, oh my god, I thought the L word was LOL. Oh, no, you're good, it's limit. And yeah, I'm you're not actually in any trouble. I just want you to know that. You're in absolutely no trouble whatsoever. Curl said, I love Laszlo in your stream. Wait, what's that mean? What's Laszlo? Uh-oh, PG, it looks like you found one of the banned version of Limit here. See, Coral, that version of limit with the exclamation points, I think would have been banned, but you added a bunch of T's to it, so you got around it. Tabby said, that gave me a good laugh, thank you. Been having a not-so-good day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. Well, you know, hang out. You know, we'll make you laugh or maybe make you concerned for the rights of robots or whatever we end up doing. But hopefully hanging out here with us and just having a nice little chill time will give you a little bit of brightness in your day. It's one thing I love about streaming, though. That's why I rarely, you know, take a hiatus from streaming, because I see the same people like every day, a lot of the same people, and some new faces each week. And I have a lot of people tell me that on, you know, sporadically throughout streams and throughout the days, and it's cool. You know, that's one of the reasons I love streaming. I feel like, though it may be a small impact, streaming gives me a lot of purpose, because I really do feel like I'm in a position to, like, you know, actually have an impact on people's day. And before I was a streamer, I was a full-time chef, and I did have a good impact on people's days as a chef too, because, you know, making great food is a very intimate thing for, you know, you putting it in your body, it becomes part of you, if you think about it that way. So I like to think that I had a pretty good impact as a chef, but at the same time, I don't know, the sense of purpose I get from streaming is just very strong, and it gives me a lot of drive, and I just couldn't imagine doing anything else. Oh, the one that reads the comments out. Okay. You actually know his name, too. Yeah, that's my favorite of the voices. I really like I just love the British accent. There's like a whole bunch of different text-to-speech voices you can use, but that one is my absolute favorite. Nursey! Hey, thank you, my friend. Nursey said, how's it going? Good. Having a great day here. You know, been discussing snap results, had a lot of good results. And thank you so much for the dono. 4169 on the board here. Very close to today's goal. Thank you so much, you guys, as always. Dang, big goal number 172 here, almost done. All right. It's the Vampire Show. Sammy Rin said, gourmet chef? Well, I was classically trained in, you know, French technique. Culinary school, I interned under some well-known chefs. The last job I had was I started as sous chef at a restaurant in downtown Wilmington called Beer Barrio, and I ended up moving up to executive chef once the owner and operator opened another restaurant. And the owner-operator was Chef Stephen Durley, and he had been on Cooking Network, like some of the challenges, like some of the challenge shows. I forget which one. But yeah, I also interned at Circa 1922. So I made a lot of different things when it came to cuisine. But for the last restaurant I worked at, it was more of, I would say, more like Mexican cuisine, but with French culinary techniques involved. And we did a lot with beer. Like, we did a lot of beer braising and beer batter, because we also had like 30 different craft beers on tap from like local breweries. So it was a very beer-centric restaurant. I'm not a big drinker though, but I don't mind cooking with beer. Vampire Show, aka What We Do in the Shadows. It's so funny. Oh, What We Do in the Shadows. Where do you watch that? Nursery said, you're welcome. I love your channel. Well, thank you again, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. That was super kind of you. Siren said, that's so cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, of course, of course. I'm pretty sure if you Google my government name, I come up in an article about... Let me see if it still pops up. Yeah, there I am. Yeah. You type my government name and I pop up as a chef. That's pretty fun. Yeah, that's an article about Wilmington Biz. It was about Beer Barrio promotes sous chef, announces new eatery. And this is Chef Stephen Durley. He was like my big mentor and the person that owned Barrio. He's from New York City. Wait, this guy has the same name as me? Imposter. All right, there we go. Disney Plus. Okay, gotcha. Disney Plus. All right. Well, yeah, I think for Ronald Snap, I am bummed that one didn't get 4K. It was a fear snap, and I think it was really good. But the tricky thing with the challenge was with it being inside-out weather. It's harder without, like, very strong weather elements, I think. That's why Sadness and Joy were so safe, because you have, you know, you can really play up the rain. Even without the new clouds, you can play up the rainy time of day. And with Joy, you can play up the sunshine. So for mine, I just took what I deemed to be the safe route, and it paid off. You know, we have the rainbows, the sunshine, rainy side. And then, you know, we have a blue pet, a yellow pet, and then a sad memory, a happy memory. We really played up the inside-out element and the weather element. Now, the tricky thing with some of the other pathways, like fear, anger, or disgust, or anxiety, is that you can still definitely get 4K with them if you pop up against the right things. But what made that a bit more technical and a bit more difficult, and a tiny bit of a risk, was the simple fact that you don't have as much access to the inside-out portion of the theme. And it's also trickier to pull off the weather dynamic. Now, JMR, I think, got like rank 50 with a anger snap, but they played up a lot of lightning clouds, which, you know, we talked about being a great idea if you're going to be doing anger, because then you can roll that into the weather portion of the challenge. But the reason, you know, you didn't have to do Joy and Sadness to get a good rank, but the reason they were a very safe choice is because then you had access to inside-out villagers to feature in your snap, and you could feature the inside-out items, and then it's very easy to feature the rain and the sun thanks to the motif. So, you know, I ended up going with this because it was just a very simple option. But I also really liked my sadness option. I had a sadness version as well. So we had this rainy day scene. I think, you know, this would have also done well. But, you know, really playing up the blue. But yeah, either going sadness or joy. And I also had an anger scene. I would change this a bit if I were to submit this, but I would likely add some of the inside out Sense of Self lamps with the red setting. Likely add some lightning clouds just to play up the weather more. But yeah, there were several anger snaps that did well. Several envy or disgust snaps that did well. But yeah, it was, depending on what you pop up against, you know, it can be tough. At least you got 2,500 for it, Ronald. That's good. That's good. But yeah, it's too bad you didn't get 4K for it, because it was probably one of the best fear snaps I saw. So that is unfortunate. Anyway, now that we've discussed results, I think it'd be a good idea to start working on the example scene for this week's snap. Yeah, I could have seen LOTRs being in the top 3 for sure. I mean, we talked about that near the beginning of the stream. LOTR had a really good snap this week. It was way better than mine, even though mine ranked around like between 200 and 300 or something like that, or somewhere around there. But LOTRs is so much better. And this is why, you know, I don't look at snaps. I don't look at the rank as a determining factor of like how good your snap was. It's more or less the range you land in that you want to consider. So I feel like this would be very deserving of like a rank 1. And if you look at the rank 1 snap this week, I don't know. Like, I couldn't pick that snap over this one. I don't think I could. This is a very impressive scene. Very well made. But again, there's a lot of things you can't control in voting. You can't control what you pop up against. So if we look at this rank 1, it's good. It deserves 4K, for sure. I definitely think this deserves 4K. They put some real effort in. You know, they highlighted joy very well. They highlighted the sadness side well. I think the second snap is very strong. Like this one, I totally feel like this is very deserving here. Now for the rank 1, you know, if it had popped up against this, I think it would have a harder time. But if it pops up against, you know, snaps that it can consistently beat, you know, it can end up all the way up in rank 1. So that's why I tell people every single week, you know, if you do the theme and you put some good effort into your snap, there is always a chance you can wake up to find yourself in the top 3. But yeah, Sunshine, our LOTRs was incredible. Very cool snap. Gamer said LOTR had an amazing snap. It was better than mine for sure. I know it's more, you know, I would say it's more, it's perspective, you know, it just depends. I definitely think it's better than mine. And I also think, you know, for yours, Cambery, I would say yours is better than the rank 1. So, you know, when it comes to, when it comes to rank, you never know. You never know when you're going to wake up to find yourself in that top 3 or top 5 position. And I said the same thing when I got ranked 2 a couple times, was I got very fortunate, you know. I know for sure on both of those weeks there were definitely snaps out there that could have beaten mine, for sure. But I was lucky enough not to pop up against them. I designed my snap competitively. I was able to consistently beat the snaps I did pop up against, and it ended up working out in my favor. But it doesn't, you know, automatically make me believe I have like the second best snap in the entire world. I just had a good run with the votes. You should still be very proud, you know, when you perform that well, regardless. Anytime you find yourself in the top 100, top 1,000, top 5 especially, you know, you should be very proud that you're able to make it there. So you definitely want to, you know, recognize the great accomplishment. Just don't be too hard on yourself. You know, if you make a really good snap and it ends up not getting top 5, it's just so hard to control. That's the thing. You know, it's very, very hard to determine exactly where a snap will land, which is why when I do the reviews, I usually discuss, like, you know, whether or not it has a good chance for 4K. So with LOTRs, I knew for sure it was going to get 4K, and I mentioned that I could definitely see a snap like that in a rank 1 position. But at least, you know, 4K was pretty much guaranteed, and it did get 4K. All right, let's look at the theme. Let's work on a little example scene here. I think this week's video is going to be a bit easier, to be honest, because this is far less technical. Decided by your votes, create a magical beach scene with golden sands and foliage, complete with your ultimate beach day hairdo and an effortlessly stylish, comfy outfit. Okay, so a magical beach scene, golden sands and foliage. We don't really have golden sand, but we do have pixie dust. Oh, by the way, Dream Team friends, can somebody send me some pixie dust? I have used all my pixie dust. I could go mine some, but, you know, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. If you guys have some. I'm just going to be lazy. Well, I'm not really being lazy. I just spent all my time focused on Dreamsnaps, so I don't really, you know, I'm not doing too much mining. All right. Requested. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Tabby. It says, complete with your ultimate beach day hairdo. But then one of the tags is hats. Well, you can always do tiaras, I guess. You know, for the hat portion, I would recommend choosing some kind of headwear that is still going to play well with your hairstyle. I mean, you could even wear a hat if it's hair that comes down enough. Like, you could even do bandana if you wanted to, because, you know, we can still see the hair very well. But yeah, that is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. So when I think of a magical beach, right away I'm thinking about Adventures in Neverland. I'm going to set some of this stuff to the side. I always forget that that can go in the water. So my thoughts here is that we should definitely heavily play up beauty and magic since it's a magical beach. And then for our other items, we're going to search Moana. Oh, whoops, still on Neverland. Let me clear that. And it talks a lot about foliage, so... And for the magical aspect, you know, this glowing foliage is going to be really good. Luminescent palm. Lots of good budget items here. We're going to check out Little Mermaid as well. Oh yeah, these can be really nice. Some very good bubbles. Thank you, Hope. Thank you. I'm going to go into a house to get these villagers out of here. And for good beach houses, we have some fun options. Budget-wise, of course, you have Ariel's Castle, Prince Eric's Castle. And for non-budget, there's Prince Eric's ship. the Hawaiian home. The old beach house. Stitch's house could work. We'll put that down as a budget option. Yeah, I'll have to filter for Stitch items as well. This is a great house for beach build too. I probably wouldn't use that for the concept we're going here for, though. I mean, you definitely can. Sunny Coastal Villa. The Enchanted Tiki Room. Could be a great background building. Just want to get all these villagers out of here. Like I said, I like the theme, but currently 0 inspiration so far. Just a quick sea turtle cuddle as a placeholder. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, Heather, any beachy house is going to work. Moana's house, Stitch's house, Ariel's. I mean, honestly, doing an entire Moana theme here would work really good. So, when it comes to making a magical beach, the Moana items are going to be really good for this. Because she has, you know, a lot of the glowing coral, the luminescent trees. So she has a lot of the foliage. And then you can do Moana's house, and you could do, you know, your outfit can be Moana inspired. So, really, I mean, you can go in several different directions, but I think for the beauty factor, either going in the Moana direction, the Ariel direction, or a combination of the two will be very strong. Let's figure out our look. Complete with your ultimate beach day hairdo and an effortlessly stylish, comfy outfit. Well, I'm going to look at the... Also, let me save this fit. I like this fit. And I feel like the Moana stuff is going to go really well with comfy. Why? Okay. Get out of here. This hairstyle is always fun for a challenge that has to do with hair because it's so big and, you know, has so much volume. I feel like it's a pretty good option. This one's also nice for the beach day here because you can add highlights to this one. Now we have to have headwear, unfortunately. The red headband works pretty good with this. Nice and subtle. Straw hat also works very good for a nice little beach day. Yeah, lots of good options. I do like this hairstyle, though, because it allows us to have highlights, which kind of plays up the, you know, the hairdo aspect of the challenge. Being able to add some little highlights to the hair. I like the gold highlights. I kind of like the color we have. Bro, what just happened? Okay, well, let me scroll up. I guess I gotta close it and come back in. We don't really need a back piece here. I think whatever companion I choose to use is probably going to be more related to the pose than anything else, so we're just not going to have a companion on at the moment. Okay. Create a magical beach scene with golden sands and foliage, complete with your ultimate beach day hairdo and an effortlessly I don't know why I can't say that word. Stylish, comfy outfit. Thank you, Hope. Thank you. Grab that pixie dust. And I said headwear is such an annoying requirement. Yeah, it's kind of funny in a challenge that's like you know, where hair is supposed to be really special. The fact that they're like, you know, here, put on a hat, put on some headwear. Sunshine says Seaside Villa. Yeah, the theme says magical. So, and that's what we voted on. So when we voted, magical was one of the things we selected. So it says Beachy Bliss, decided by your votes, create a magical beach scene with golden sands and foliage, complete with your ultimate beach day hairdo and effortlessly stylish, comfy outfit. So because of that, I'm probably not going to lean into the Seaside Villa because it's more traditional and less magical. I think the best direction to play safely with the magical aspect would be either leaning into, you know, some of these whimsical items like the giant clam and like the shell gazebo, or leaning into the Moana glowing corals and glowing anemones. Not only does this play well with the foliage aspect, but it's going to play very well with the magical aspect. And on top of that, you know, the good thing is these are just Scrooge items, so these are very easy to come by. And then also some of the Little Mermaid stuff like this glowing bench. This is going to give you good beauty quality in the snap, you know, having like these nice glowing elements in the photo. And it's going to play up that magical beach scene that we've been tasked with creating. You could use the Seaside Villa for sure, as long as you have those magical aspects in the photo. I might lean heavier into more of like a fantastical or whimsical style of architecture, you know, where if I do show buildings, it might be, you know, maybe I'll have Ariel's palace like in the water somewhere, or maybe I'll play up things like, you know, the gazebos or some of the stuff from the Neverland StarPath. These giant clams, also very fun, you know. And if you bought the premium stuff a while back, we have these like Little Mermaid inspired musical sets. They're really good with the bubbles. So getting some cool bubble shots going on. These also from the Neverland StarPath produce some bubbles. These could be really good in the foreground. But I'm probably going to do 2 separate builds, for example. We're going to do one Moana-centric build, and then we're going to do a bit of an Ariel-centric build where we work to play up more of the shell and coral stuff here. Now, a lot of these things can be used in both, but what's really going to be different between the two will be like the outfit and the overall vibe of the scene we create. Now, I think for the Ariel one, I will probably have it set up more like this, so we have the water and the ocean in the background. I think for the Moana one, I might do it more towards this direction, and we can always add the river kit if we wanted to add some water to it. The guy said I picked hat but wasn't envisioning a beach snap. I forget what the other options were for the vote. I was just wanting something magical. I'm not too stoked on the beach aspect because we just had that beach challenge not too long ago. The seaside chic kind of challenge. I mean, it was a few weeks back, like 7 or 8, so... probably more like 10, actually. But I don't know, we are getting into summer, so makes sense. Makes sense we would have another beach challenge. I am glad it's magical, though. Like, that's pretty fun. Gonna be kind of annoying fitting both of these builds here. All right, I know what I'll do. I'm just gonna move a lot of this stuff back here. I can just get rid of that stuff for now. Let's do the crouch trick. I don't think I got it. It would be cool to do the crouch trick and, like, be with the turtle or something. Dang it, I keep forgetting. Selfie mode, crouch, and then cancel back. There we go. I would just need a companion that lets me sit on the ground. Okay. Oh, I could always pair this with Pua, actually, if we go the Moana route. I can also sit with the sandcastle. I think that would be kind of cute. Let me see if I can make that work. It's a little bit too tall. Yeah, too bad it's not smaller. Because the sandcastle idea could be pretty fun, but it's huge. Brittany said, how do you do the crouch trick? It's my secret. You can't have it. I'll never tell you. Okay, so to do the crouch trick, you go into, you need to have a item to push the camera up, right? Like usual. You go into selfie mode, and if you look at the left side of your screen, you can crouch by holding left trigger and pressing Y. Now, usually, once you exit out of this mode, you just stand back up. But if you want to keep the camera low, what you can do is you go into selfie mode, you hold left trigger and press Y, and then to stand back up, you hold left trigger and press Y again, but if you immediately press switch camera mode, the camera stays low. So left trigger, Y, Y, and now the camera is low. Actually, I don't think I got it that time. Maybe I did. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it. So basically, you have to uncrouch and switch camera modes right away. Yeah, I thought about the Agrabah Sandcastle. It is a lot shorter. I just wanted to answer that other question before we tried alternatives. But it might be more fun just to do this next to like a little turtle or something. I'm good, Mel. How are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. That is if I do want to go with the crouch option. I probably won't. It is fun, though, like sitting in the sand, you know, for a beach snap. It does look kind of cozy. We would likely want to attach the Moana pets to a separate house because we will need to hide the robot if we go with this pose. And then our other option would be more like this way. Trying to make sure I have space for both. Oh, where are all my... Oh, that's stupid that this can't go under this house. It can go under all these other houses, but it won't go under this one. That's so dumb. Also, where are all of my garden stones? Might be in the meadow. Well, I'm not going to overthink it because these are just example photos. So I think I'm just going to try to throw it together pretty quick. It might be Plaza where I have the garden stones. I'm good, thanks. Sent you a reel of the Japanese build to my friend. She loves it. Oh, the one in Pocopia? Yeah, that one was super fun to do. I haven't been able to make any more Pocopia videos because I went to the anime convention this weekend. So I didn't make any new TikToks or Reels or YouTube Shorts over the weekend like I usually do. There we go. Now we got my garden stones. I gotta have a few more somewhere else, too. Hang on, let me look at my Dreamsnaps category here and see what I've done recently. So I did have some here. I don't think I had any here. We cleared that. I don't know what I did with all of them. I might just have to go buy some more. Yeah, let's hit up the Glade real quick and buy some of those garden stones. They're so useful. I have them favorited, so I should probably get a bunch more of them anyway. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Guess what I got from my vault chest? You know, the red chest we get from the vault? I got another one of the stone vines I was missing. Now I have two. Two different stone vines now. I'm so glad that they set up the... Yeah, there it is. That's the one I recently got. I'm so glad they set up the vault chest to guarantee something you don't have. It's very cool. Garden. Only 17 of them? Yeah, I must have them in my valley somewhere. I just got like 50 more. Yeah, if you have everything, you won't get anything new out of the vault rewards. That just means you have all the screw shop stuff. Yeah, but I had extras. These garden stones have been here for ages. I have another set of garden stones I use specifically for dream snaps. These aren't the ones I'm looking for. These have been here since Garden of Whimsy. You'll see in a bunch of my snaps. So those were there. Those were there when I made this, which has them. And you'll see I use them in a lot of my snaps. Yeah, there's a few. Oh, I don't have them in that one. Used them more when we got the Oasis Starpath shortly afterwards. Yeah, I have a bunch here. Have a bunch here. So I had a lot more than the 17 I just picked up. I had like 30 plus. And I haven't put any on my beach since I built it, so those aren't really the ones I'm looking for. No, it's the same item. I was specifically hunting down the extras that I have that I always use for dream snaps. Yeah, the ones on my beach have been there for ages. All right, well, let's throw together a quick example scene. I can't take too long on this because I got to get 2 scenes built for tomorrow's video. Actually, can you even see the door where I have that? I might not be able to see it. No, I might move it over a little bit. And just so we get the angle proper, let's drop a liner. Now we just line that up with the camera. Okay, it should be right. So I can move this tiki house over a little bit more. That rug is temporary, by the way. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, man. You guys, what kind of books do you guys like? I just finished a crazy book. I have been into medieval horror lately. And I just finished this book called Pilgrim, and it was absolutely insane. The last medieval horror book I read was Between Two Fires, and I did recommend that to you, a lot of you guys. I don't know if any of you guys ended up checking it out. Hope said dark romance, fantasy romance, but up for something new. Well, if medieval horror sounds like something you'd want to take a crack at, I would... The first couple of chapters start kind of slow. But once they start their journey, it quickly gets absolutely insane. I mean, it sounds like nightmares to me. Oh, yeah, dude. Medieval horror is kind of like... It's got fantasy elements, but it's very dark. It combines, like, fantasy, religion, and, you know, medieval times. But yeah, Pilgrim was really good. I would recommend... The name of the book is called Pilgrim Hope, but I do think Between Two Fires is better. I would recommend the first of the medieval horrors I would recommend to you would be In Between Two Fires, or Between Two Fires. It's such a good read. But then once you read it, if you like it, if you like, if you end up really liking the medieval horror, then I would highly recommend following up with Pilgrim. Basically, it follows this knight, around the times of the Crusaders, when the Franks had control of Jerusalem, and he was on basically the protagonist of the book, this knight from Germany, he had some unfortunate circumstances in his life. His son died very young, and his wife ended up dying shortly afterwards, and he fell into a deep depression, and he let his lands fall into disrepair, like his castle, the bridge, like he just kind of gave into depression. And so he wouldn't lose everything, because he went into debt when he fell into depression, just because he couldn't bring himself to like really do much of anything. So in order to not go into debt and lose his lands, he ends up basically working for the church. And this is something they did back there in the past. You can basically eliminate all of your interest on your loans by taking up a 7-year journey for the church, where you would go to Jerusalem and you would serve in Jerusalem, defending in Jerusalem for 7 years. So he did that, and the journey starts at the end of that 7 years. So he's about to leave and return home. He's saved up a lot of money in his time in Jerusalem. He's beaten his depression. He's feeling better. And when he's about to leave, one of his, advisors in Jerusalem is like, hey, since you're going back to Europe anyway, the church wants you to take this artifact and bring it, back into Europe. But if the king of Jerusalem finds out, they'll kill you. And they'll kill me, and they'll kill all of us. So this needs to be very hush-hush. And he's like, why should I do that? Why should I care? I'm finally done. I can go home. I can live my life. And he's like, well, the church can basically, since his son died without being baptized and stuff, he's worried that his son would be damned. But if the Pope, blesses him, then they could save his soul or whatever. So the guy is like, well, if you do this, then you'll have high sway with the church and they'll really appreciate it. And, they can basically give your son redemption. And he's like, pretty mad at the guy for bringing that up, but he ends up doing it, long story short. And he embarks and he leaves Jerusalem. But as soon as they leave, him and his party, this group that he's traveling with, they end up getting caught in this sandstorm. And they see demons and stuff in the sandstorm. It's really crazy. And then when they get out of it, they're not in the desert anymore. They're in a completely different reality. The stars are different. There's different creatures. It's the whole story, you don't really know where they are. They keep on piecing it together. And they find, cities that were destroyed, in the Bible within this place. And also the artifact that he's trying to take back into Europe is cursed, in a sense. It was a saint who had the ability to heal people, but something, very dark was attached to this artifact. And it just ends up getting progressively crazier and crazier as they journey through this strange land trying to get back home. And yeah, it's really dark. It's really grim, but it is very captivating, very good read. And there's a lot of philosophical questions about existence and the nature of God and the nature of reality. So if you like a good, thought-compelling read, highly recommend it. Tabby said, add to both my read list. Nice. I would definitely recommend Between Two Fires first. That one's really good. It's also about a knight. These are both medieval horrors, so there's some similarities there. And it's during the Black Plague. And he ends up, the night that the story follows, he's kind of been dishonored. He's traveling with a band of raiders that are just kind of robbing people on the highway, but he still kind of holds to his Christian values to a degree. He's just on really hard times. And then he ends up, the band he's with ends up trying to take advantage of this small girl, and he saves her. And she ends up traveling with him, and she claims to be able to speak to angels. She's a very strange girl. The cool thing about In Between Two Fires is the heavenly aspects are just as scary as the hell aspects. Like, it's... And that's why it's called In Between Two Fires, because the knight is kind of in between this battle between heaven and hell, and he ends up encountering, like, you know, all these demonic entities in his travels, and, you know, he's trying to protect this girl, but he's trying to get her to the Vatican. And it's the relationship between him and the little girl is, like, very charming, you know, very fun. Yeah, I have Expedition 33. I haven't played all the way through it, though. I need to. But yeah, In Between Two Fires is very good. Pilgrim is very good. Pilgrim starts a little slower. In Between Two Fires kind of ropes you in right at the start. Pilgrim gets absolutely insane once they find themselves, you know, in that strange new land. That's where things really start to get absolutely wild. Up until then, it's politics and, you know, them trying to convince him to go on the mission, and you kind of, you know, some character development and, like, character introduction for the kinds of people he's around. But yeah, it is a good read. It is a good read. Yeah, I've heard the ending of Expedition 33 is pretty crazy. I've seen some spoilers. I need to play through it. I hear Hordy yelling at me. It is 7, so I do have to try to wrap this up. I can probably finish the other one tonight. Amanda, thank you. Sorry, rando, I'm out, but trying to help make goal. Oh, thank you so much, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. We are very close. We are 751 bits away from goal now. Or $7.51, whatever, however you want to look at it. But we're getting pretty close. If you guys are enjoying the content, consider supporting. We are very close to 172 consecutive goals here on the stream. But again, you know, if we don't hit today's goal, it's not the end of the world. We've had a really good run. The fact that we've hit 171 goals in a row is miraculous. So thank you. And greatly appreciate the love there, Amanda. Very kind of you. I need to read your mom's book that you're on the cover, that you're the cover model for. Oh gosh. Yeah, my little modeling journey. It is pretty funny that I'm on the cover of a book. That is pretty funny. I'm immortalized. Tabby said you might like Warriors of Alanva and its sequels. Hey, Stonks, thank you, my friend. Stonks with the $5 dono here. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. Tabby said you might like the Warriors of Alanva and its sequels. It's about two teens who get transported to a different time period. The first centers on war with Celtic themes. Ooh, yeah, that sounds cool. And you asked if it was by Mitchell Luthi. I think that's correct for Pilgrim. Let me double check for you. But yeah, you'll have to tell me what you think of it, Tabby, after you finish either book. You can start with Pilgrim if you want. I just read that one, so I would definitely be excited to talk about it. I finished that book in like 3 days. I could not stop once it picked up. Yeah. Mitchell Luthi, yeah. You got it. That's the one.
Notice me, Senpai.
Yo,
Notice
Smitten
me.
Kitten, thank you. Dang, no way, Alicia, thank you. Dang, that's way over what we need. That's like double the remainder of the goal right there. Thank you, Alicia, thank you. Smitten, thank you so much as well. That's 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 bits here. Well, yeah, you guys just absolutely destroyed what remained of the goal. We went like well over it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me update it real quick. I was wondering if there's any kind of way I can make it automatically track both bits and super chats at the same time, but I probably have to just do it manually. Yeah, we're like, well, we were a mere, I think, 750 bits away, or $7.50. Now we're like 20 over. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Hey, 1 second here. Bro, yeah, we flew way past it. 7247 is what we're at now. You know what that means? $172 goals in a row. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. We went from, I think 42 to 72 in the blink of an eye. Big shout out to Stonks here for the $4.99. Alicia, thank you very, very much for the super generous super chat there. The big $16.99. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. And Smitten Kitten as well, coming in, clutching up the remainder there on the bit side. Thank you for the big 800 bits there. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Any must-haves in the premium shot this week? Yeah, the Aurora for sure. If you don't have the Aurora yet, definitely want to pick that up. Awesome, awesome pickup for Dreamsnaps. Super good utility, super useful item. I use it so much. I think it's one of the best values in the entire game as far as like Moonstone cost for like what you get. Adds a great beauty factor to your Dreamsnaps. Very good item for elevating. It'll pay for itself. You know, I feel like the Aurora will definitely pay for itself over time. So, out of everything in the shop this week, I think the Aurora is probably the one thing I would recommend picking up the most. Very, very good item. I want the tall beach grass that can clip into stuff. That's the short one again. There we go. That's the tall one. Yeah, this one's nice because we can put it like right on top of the trees. Get that nice beach grass effect. So there's two types of beach grass, by the way, you guys. There's a tall one. And the cool thing about the tall one is that it can clip into certain items, like this coral here, or this anemone. And it can also do this with trees. Like, you can put it right on top of trees. Whereas the other version of this, it won't do that. The shorter beach grass, so you have to click on the beach grass until you get the tall one. The shorter one, as you can see, it's red. You know, will not let me put it on the trees. Whereas this taller variant functions totally different. Just in case you guys didn't know that, now you know. Very useful, very helpful for Dreamsnaps. And yeah, thank you again, you guys. Thank you again. Alicia, what is the NZ by the dono? Are you in New Zealand? Are you a New Zealander? Do we really have people all over the world? That's so cool. Let's see how this is looking so far. Okay, I might be a little too close to the camera. Sadly, I can't see that palm tree at all. I also think it would be nice to include some water. Maybe this should go the other way so we can see it. That's one thing with beach snaps. It is a very good idea to include water in your scene if you can. Yeah, that kind of works. Now, if I did include water for my magical beach, where would I include the water? Well, this is just an example photo. I don't think it matters that much. I could add in... I could bring this path back a little bit and add in some water here. Or I could do it in the background as well. LOTR said, for any new people here, I've noticed I get the most snap tips by fully watching Senpai streams, even after VODs, when I can't be here when he's live. There's often tips like the beach grass that he will mention as he's working on snaps that are beneficial to know. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, it's funny. There's like a lot of... you know, Femme Fatale was kind of saying something similar. She was like, every time I watch your... Like, I sit down and watch a whole stream, I learn something new. But that's the fun thing about this game. There's like so many weird, niche little things that you kind of learn over time. Like the beach grass, for example. You know, the game doesn't tell you that. It doesn't tell you there's two different types of beach grass, and one can clip into items and one can't. But, you know, as you play, you'll likely eventually discover things like this. And I will casually kind of talk about them as I work on my snaps. So, as long as you guys are getting good value out of hanging out, then, you know, that's good for me. I just opened my game and I found my results. Got rank 150. Hey, let's go, Miss Spock. Yeah, the community crushed it this week, dude. We barely had anybody we reviewed that got less than 4K. The only person I think I saw, which is very unfortunate because it was actually a really good snap, was Ronald. Ronald Duck got 2,500 for their Fear snap, but, you know, we did discuss it potentially being a little risky because you're not going to have that safety net of, like, having the inside-out villagers and as much of the weather dynamic. So, I definitely think her snap deserved better, but, you know, it's just one of those things. It probably popped up against a lot of beautiful sadness snaps and joy snaps that, you know, really played up that weather aspect. But it is too bad because it was a good snap. It was a really good snap. That'll happen. That'll happen. Yeah, I might pull this more to the side here. Dang you, bench. Yeah, the reason I kind of want to restructure this a little bit is because I want to get some water on the, kind of like on the right-hand side here. I might just move the bench for now, and then we can reposition it. Let me see. How much of the water will we see there if we put the kit on that? A little bit. I just might not worry about water in this one. Might just go sheer beauty factor, heavily rely on that. We'll have plenty of water in the area one, so I'm not going to worry about it here. Which kind of sucks, because that means I just did all that crap for nothing. Okay, let's put this back how it was. And yeah, thank you again, you guys, for another new record on the goal. Very much appreciated. These streams would not be possible without you guys and the love and support you show this channel, so just want you to know it's very, very much appreciated, as always. Let's start from the door, since there has to be this weird kind of gap here. Now, if we could fit you here, everything would be perfect, but you don't want to fit, do you? Yeah, you gotta be difficult, don't you? Don't you? I really wish they would let us layer these a little bit better, but it is what it is. That needs to move over a bit. Yeah, move this over here some. This path is such a pain to play with. Like, why can't this go here? And it's not even touching the other rocks. I wish they would, like, rework the footprint on some of these items. They'd be so much more fun to use. There we go. That's a bit better. And I think for this side, I'm actually going to bring these out just a little bit. Like, one on each side. We'll do the same thing under me here. But yeah, I'm excited for you guys to read either Pilgrim or Between Two Fires. You'll have to let me know what you think after you check them out. Very, very good reads. Dang it, there's like this awkward gap in my path right at the bottom of the scene. It's a little better. Oh, I'm not even centered anymore. Yeah, that works a little better there. Probably won't put those too close. Let's use the glowing trees as a background element, since they're so tall. Having this one kind of stretch over the palm would be fun. Yeah, there we go. It's feeling like a bit of a magical beach, I think. Wait, where's my... There they are. My good rainbows. Can't really see it there. But I'm thinking one there, and then one kind of behind this building here. Let's see if we can see those two. There we go. And now we got a little twin rainbow on each side. We might move around the trees so we can see those rainbows a bit better, but like this is kind of the vibe we're looking for this one. High beauty factor, high magical factor, lean into the Moana aspect. You know, rainbow here, rainbow here. I might move the trees around just so we can see the rainbows a little bit better. Might even put some trees behind the rainbows, actually. But yeah, I think I'm gonna... Oh. Wow, yay, we hit the goal! Good job! All right. Forgot to turn that off. Switch scenes, that came right back on. All right. Bunny said music is super fun today. I actually... Oh, man. Why does it have to rain? I actually made a new music playlist that's YouTube safe, and it's a lot of video game music, and it's been very fun. But yeah, we got a lot of cool jams. I hate the footprint at the front of Moana's house. There's no reason for it to be that big. Let's see if that works. Okay, well, we can see the rainbows a little bit better. I wish that we can get the other one a little higher up, but the back of that building, it just goes back like a really good ways here. I could always put these more at the front and hide them a bit. I could do something more like that. I would just have to... The main thing we want out of them is balance. Yeah, we can't see that one. It would have to come in a little bit more. And we might just keep it behind the building. That's fine. I mean, all things considered, that is pretty even. It's not the best balance, but the rainbow on each side is really pretty. And with the boosted saturation, I think it'll look pretty good. We can always get some palm trees behind it. And we do want to see that bench. I think for this one, we're going to heavily play up the foliage. Oh, I forgot about the tiny palm trees from the Lion King. Those little tiny palms, those are great. We're going to have to grab some of those. Now, we have these tropical greenery bundles. We're going to set these towards the background. We should have some taller bamboo trees, too. Where's my bamboo? Oh, yeah, the dune trees. Yeah, these are great. These would be good for the background here, because they're so tall. Yeah, I think there's the taller bamboo. Okay, you're just going to disappear every time I place you. Fantastic. That's great. I love this game. Let's try again. There you go. Okay. I'm glad you decided to work. All right, let's look at our magical beach forest. Okay, looking pretty good, but I can't see the plants we had behind the rainbow on the right. So yeah, these are going to have to come over quite a bit. All right, that should be visible. Okay, nice. That looks pretty good. Cheeseman said, what's the song that sometimes in the background of your videos that goes, ha ha ha, in different tones? Is it this one? Ha ha ha. It might be this one. If you're talking about this one, this is April Sister's theme from Animal Crossing. Nicholas, hello, hello. But the one that's in a lot of my videos is actually from a music collection I pay to use. I pay to have the rights for YouTube. But yeah, let me know, Cheeseman. Let me know if it's the one that was just playing. If not, I can try and find the one you're looking for. Yeah, that background is really pretty. And we can do some street lights behind that for a nice glow. We can do green, or we can play up the blue since we're already kind of rolling with a lot of blue here. Yeah, lots of Stardew. Love Stardew Valley. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Absolute gem of a game. And this song is from Mass Effect, another gem of a game. The only problem with that song is it's too short. I might do green instead. Let's see how this looks, though. Let's boost the saturation. Yeah, I think green will work better because it won't blend with the blue trees, actually. I think I'm going to do green. It wasn't that one? Okay. Well, if it plays in a lot of my videos, the most common music I put in my videos would be this little jam. But that doesn't sound like ha 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 ha, so I don't think that's the one you're talking about. This is just some chill lo-fi I put in. So probably not that one. Yo, Usagi, welcome back, my friend, welcome back. Oh my god, finally off work. I can catch this live. Let's go, let's go. We're just working on one of our example scenes for tomorrow's video. We're gonna do two builds. One's a heavily foliage-centric Moana theme, Moana style, and the other is going to be more of the like fantasy, giant shells and Ariel kind of vibe. Both good options, I think. Both have a great beauty factor. Oh, these Moontide lampposts I think could be really cool to use this week. Let's stick one of these bad boys right here. Let me stick another one. Over there. And we're going to go with green lights in the back instead. Though, before I add the green lights, I'll go ahead and put one down so I can duplicate it, but I think I'm going to get rid of this. Well, yeah, you're definitely going to want to use the Moana tags, Miss Spock. That's where you're going to get a lot of that beauty factor if you go with the Stitch build. The Stitch beach stuff doesn't have a great beauty factor. It's fun beach stuff like the surfboards and stuff, but it's supposed to be a magical beach. So you really want to use those, like, you know, luminescent magical beach items. Whether they're the ones from the Neverland StarPath or whether you're going to use some of the, you know, glowing Ariel stuff. But yeah, you definitely want to use the Moana stuff if you can. Since the challenge mentions foliage and it also mentions magical and it mentions beach, the Moana stuff has literally all of that. There we go, that's a bit better. It does get really bright in one spot. Let me find out why. It's right back here, it seems. Oh, I think it's because it's closer to the camera. So let's pull it back a little bit. We're also going to pull that away from the light. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, very pretty beach forest. And if I do end up doing a seated pose, we would see it very well. But if I sit, we don't see the bench as well. We would also have to fix the path. I'll probably just stand for the example photo. Maybe in my final submission, I'll sit if I use this one. But I would have to rework it with that in mind. So we're just going to do a standard snap for now. What in the hell just happened to my hair? What is this? Graceful Lion, that's actually a good idea. Pairing Moana's house with Pocahontas' house, I could definitely see that working. I think I could, you know, that's a very creative way to approach it. Could work well. Yeah, just game loft things. Just my hair just freaks out for no reason. What a fun experience. What a sweet delight. Fantastic gameplay experience. Now, we're going to go a bit crazy with the glowing coral stuff. Because we're making a magical beach. And I might do a little bit of water on the side. I might do a little something over here. I wouldn't overthink it. LOTR. It's a beach outfit, you know. Like, when it comes to comfy, that's, like, really up to interpretation. And I would not overthink outfit too much. At the end of the day, your snap just needs to be beautiful. For example, during the Marvels of Nature Dream Snap, do you remember the Rank 2? It had no avatar, so no outfit. And the challenge specifically said, oh, you gotta dress to embody the marvels of nature. And, you know, the Rank 2 was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna make a really pretty picture. And they did just fine. That's the case with, like, every challenge. If you make a good enough looking Dream Snap, you really don't have to overthink the outfit too much. Now, for me, I pretty much always kind of work things out to where I'm, like, you know, very much embodying the theme in a lot of ways. But just keep in mind that it's not, you know, when it comes to an outfit being comfortable, you know, I just wouldn't wear, like, what would not be comfortable at the beach, right? Blue jeans, not so comfortable at the beach. A leather jacket, not so comfortable at the beach. So when it comes to an outfit being cozy or comfortable, you just want it to be something that would, you know, be all right to wear in that circumstance. Aside from that, you know, I really don't think voters are going to be like, oh, wow, that's a really nice Dream Snap you got there, but that outfit's not comfortable enough. Those shoes don't look like they would feel good on my feet. You know, like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Make a beautiful snap. Make it strong. You know, embody the main aspects of the theme. And don't spend a lot of time sweating, you know, little keywords like that. They're important, but, you know, when it comes to something being cozy or comfortable, you know, again, the main thing you need to worry about is just making sure it's something that works in the environment. And there will probably still be a bunch of snaps that have, like, blue jeans and stuff that still get 4K. Because, you know, people aren't going to... They're going to be looking for a magical beach, first and foremost. You know, that's going to be, like, the main concern for most voters, really. And the average selfie voter doesn't even care. They'll just be happy to see a pretty snap. That looks ugly. I hate how... I just hate the way the lips of the river kit look a lot of the times. And the sad thing is, when you angle it like this, you can't even put the borders on it. This is one of the main reasons why I was pretty... Oh, it still works. Wait, does it? No. Yeah, this is one of the main reasons I was actually pretty disappointed with the river kit. Like, I can attach it here, but, like, God forbid I try to put it anywhere else. We get this weird gap in between, like, each piece. So stupid. Yeah, I'm probably not even going to worry about that. Coral said, I recognize the song. Is it from Rune Factory? Was it the one? So the song that was on right before, this one's from Tamagotchi Life. And I believe this one's from Tenagami. You know, it might have been cool to have those waterfalls in the back instead of the lights. These tropical waterfalls. I'll set one back here as another option later. But yeah, those could be really cool back there. So I might swap to those, but we're going to use the green lights for now. A little bubbles. A little bit of bubbles. A little bit of bubs. It's got a lot of bit of bubbles. If we want to get pretty crazy with it. Crazy bubbles. I don't think we need all those. Kind of like my little bubbles. Put him over there. Yeah, whenever you hear Cheese Band, I'll let you know the name of it. Dude, we really need to play this game again on stream. Cult of the Lamb is so fun. We've also never played it on YouTube, so I really want to play that sometime soon. Wait, where's my other fern? Natural coral reef sculpture appears to be bugged. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I think it only goes in water. I think it's a water item. Unless it's not letting you place it in water, then it's definitely bugged. If it's the one I think it is. Beadlit anemones everywhere. Bro, just let me grab the grass. Why are you being like this? The grass, dude, it's right there. I hate this game sometimes. Stupid. Schedule 1 is another fun game we got to play again sometime soon. All right, let's take a look-see. Wow, Glitz, you got some strong feelings about Discord. But no, that's what we use for all of our reviews. And honestly, like, you know, your experience on Discord is going to correlate to, like, what kind of servers you're in and what you're doing in there. My thing is, you know, we just use it for community photo sharing. It's, you know, pretty straightforward, pretty easy to do. It's not like you got to live in there. There are some people that take Discord to this weird extreme where they make it like their whole life. But, like, it's not very hard to figure out how to use. And then, you know, once you figure it out, you just, you know, you just submit your photos there. So not too bad. But yeah, it's super convenient for streams and communities. So, like, almost every streamer has a Discord server for that reason. But, you know, none of us really live in there. There are definitely some communities out there where Discord is a little taken a little too seriously. We just use it for photo sharing. Yeah, I've definitely had some friends in the past that, like, kind of made Discord their whole thing. Like, their whole personality, you know. They were gamers, you know. They spent a lot of time in there. And I get it for some people. Like, if you live in the middle of nowhere and you got no friends around, you know, Discord can be really good because you got your voice lobbies. You can actually talk to people and hang out. I just don't use it that way. I use it to update my community, and I use it for Dreamsnap sharing and, like, managing the review streams and stuff like that. So very straightforward. But yeah, it's one of those apps that is, it's kind of what you make it, you know, like, Discord ultimately is going to be, the how much you enjoy this Discord is going to be determined by what you're trying to do in Discord. You know, if you're trying to live and breathe in there, I don't recommend that. Too bad I wish the shorter one can work this way too. It does look pretty cool for a little Moana theme style. We bring in Moana, we add a bit more detail. I do want to rotate this grass to where the shorter side is kind of on the front side here. So that way it doesn't block the really pretty coral hanger. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to grab some shells and some beach critters from storage, like starfish and some other fun little items. Get a little bit of extra detail in here. I think I am going to move that harp. Set that up back there instead. Kamery said your build is giving me inspiration. For my snap, I already figured out my outfit, so now just setting up my scene. Hope everyone's a good evening. Nice. Silvertap said, I am in several Discords for a few games. I am a member of quite a few servers over the years. I've been streaming for like 6 or 7 years, so I've made friends with a lot of streamers, but I have my Discord notifications off. That's the big thing. That's my biggest recommendation if you're going to use Discord. Set notifications to @mentions only. That way you only get a push notification if someone mentions you. And the only person that can mention everyone in my server would be me and a couple of mods. So you're never going to get a whole bunch of notifications from my server. I prefer it that way because I don't like Discord blowing up my phone. But, you know, I'm in all these servers you see over here on the left. I'm a member of all these servers. I rarely go into any of them. Some of them are, you know, like Dixper, of course. There's Twitch Partners of North America. Then there's like Palea, Dreamlight Valley, stuff like that. And then several different, you know, community servers for different games. But it's a good resource. If I need to like check on something or like look for something specific, I can always check out the Discord server. And if I'm having any issues with a service, if I'm in that service's Discord server, I can reach out to support very easily and get a response a bit quicker than I would by like just adding them on Twitter or emailing them. So yeah, Discord is a very useful tool if you know how to use it. But if you're, you know, if you just start joining random servers, like I said, the experience you get on Discord is going to directly correlate to what you're doing with the app, as with many apps. It's like, you know, if I go on YouTube and I'm like, God, YouTube sucks. Like, every video on there is so toxic. Well, yeah, that means you're looking up a bunch of toxic videos, so it keeps putting more in your FYP because it knows, or not your FYP, but your home screen because it knows that's what you want to watch. And then it's just like, I see people on TikTok, and it's so funny. They'll make this comment like, I don't like this video. And it's like, why did you comment then? You're basically telling TikTok, hey, I'm going to engage with this. Show me more of this. I swear the dead internet theory has to be real because there's no... I just refuse to believe that, like, this many people don't know how technology works. It's mind-boggling to me. It is what it is, though. It's just so funny seeing people be like, I don't like this video. Like, dude, why are you commenting on this person's video then? Like, you do realize that just means you're more likely to see their next video. What are we doing? Some little leaves. Little leaves. Little bit of leaves. Little bit of leaves. Little bit more leaves. Tiny bit of leaves. There we go. Very pretty. Magical little beach scene. Very simple, very simple, very safe style. Lots of magical aspects here. Let's throw in some sparkles. A little sparkle effect over here, a little sparkle effect over here. A little sparkle here, a little bit of sparkle here. A couple little sparkles in the woods. Okay, I just deleted the whole thing. All right, and try again. A little sparkle right here. There we go. All right, let's see how we're looking. Okay. Very nice little magical beach scene. Lots of foliage, comfy outfit, cool hairstyle. Easy peasy. Almost done with example number 1. I'll make another one tonight. So we have 2 examples. Or maybe I'll just do 1 example for this video. I feel like we don't have to really get into 2. I can just, like, kind of show people, like, you know, what you can do with the other aspects. Oh my god, Miko's little house would be so cute in here. A little Miko house. You can't really see it. That actually might be cute, like in the background, matter of fact. I wonder if I can fit it. Like right here. Cute little Miko house. You can kind of see it. Not really. It is cute. It is cute. All right, Miko. That's fun. That's fun, but you know, we don't really need you there. What if I put it right there? Let me put like a different little palm tree behind it. Nah. I don't know why I'm overthinking it. This is just a YouTube example. I don't need to take it that far. I'm just going to set this over here for now. Boop. We got to figure out what we're going to put towards the middle of this thing. Let's take a look at the description one more time for inspiration purposes. Complete. Create a magical beach scene with golden sands and foliage. Oh, yeah. Golden sand. Yeah, I think to finish this off, we're just gonna grab some clams and some oysters and some fun little items here and there. So for our golden sand, we're gonna throw a little bit of pixie dust into the build. It doesn't get more golden than that. Probably don't want a lot, though. Maybe just a little bit in the foreground. One thing about pixie dust is it's really easy to overdo it. Really easy. Yeah, I like that. I like the one on the left, on the right, but I think for the one on the left, we're going to move this back just a hair so we can see it better. There we go. A little bit of golden sand. Look at how magical. What a magical little beach this is. Looking really good on the sides. Except for Eric. He's so ugly. We should probably add something here at the base of the scene. But yeah, we have one kind of open spot we got to fill in over here. I do like the little bamboo pouring thing. That's really fun. We just got to get some minor details here. Let's look for rugs. Let's find maybe a little good rug for the bench. Nice little rug here. I get a leaf rug. You know, foliage is a oh, okay. I can't put a rug under a bench. All right. Well, that's actually stupid. Stupid game. What about path? You can always do like a different type of sand under it. Yeah, there we go. A little texture switch. Nice. Kind of cool, kind of cool. All right, I think we should hit up the storage. Hit up the old storage and get some good items to put in here. We can throw in a couple of glowing lilies, too. Magical, magical. I'm glad magical is part of the description. This makes it fun. We have a lot of good magical items. There we go. Very magical. Very magical. Magical walkway. Magical flowers. Magical coral. Magical pixie dust. I'm gonna get rid of you. We're just heavily leaning into the magical aspect here. We can put some birds in here if we wanted. Throw a little canoe down. I mean, you don't need water. You gotta store the canoe somewhere. That could be fun. Good flat item we can look over. A little too tall to use here. If I can fit it right here, that'd be kind of cool. I don't think it'll fit there. We already got our leaves in there. A little bit of tropical plants. A little bit of plants. Oh, my small palm. Huzzah! I love this little guy. Little baby tree. He's just a little guy. Why is his footprint so big? Frick. Alright, well, put this little baby right here. Wait, no, I don't want him to cover up my coral. Bro, what is up with his footprint? Why is the footprint of this tiny tree so much bigger than all the giant palm trees? What is happening with this? This is stupid. This game is dumb. Forget it. I don't even want to use that anymore. That pissed me off. Nah, no mushrooms. Kites. Kites are fun. Which way are they facing? Oh yeah, you can't rotate these. Stupid. I don't want to use those anymore either. Hibiscus. There we go. That had some fun color. Except it's kind of blocking our cool little harp. And I can't grab the harp because of fireflies, I guess. There we go. Okay. Crap, it's 8:36. Where did the time go? Yeah, let's just go get some droppable stuff and wrap this up. We just need some good pocket items to round this out. Got the beach hammock trees. Those take up a lot of space, though. I feel pretty good about this. All right. And we can also use villagers to fill out some of the space. But yeah, beautiful. You know, very fun. Very magical. And we got a lot of beauty in the avatar here. We throw the Aurora in the back as always. You know, the default. Just Aurora everywhere, every time. And we get some pocket items. And we're good. Maybe when they said new ways to decorate, they meant they are fixing footprint items. I wouldn't get my hopes up on that. I would not get my hopes up on that. Since it said new ways to decorate, it probably means new floating islands or, you know, new ways to place items. But fixing the footprint of all the items that are broken in the game would require a lot of time and effort. And Gameloft doesn't like things that require time and effort. I mean, you know, I would love to be more optimistic. I would. I really would. You know, if that ends up being the case, I will be thrilled. But I would actually put good money against that. Like, I would say, you know, I would be willing to bet like $1,000 that won't happen with this update anyway. Mostly because my faith in Gameloft is, let's just say, not the highest. It's not the highest. You know, I like the game. There's things I like about the game for sure. It's probably just something, you know, like, and I'll be very happy for new floating islands, you know. I think they should remove footprints altogether. Like, if I want to put items right on top of each other and have them clip into each other, I should be able to. I've talked about that before. Like, you know how the beach grass I was showing you guys earlier, you can put that beach grass right on top of other stuff? Just let me do that with everything. Everything. Like, if I want to put a table right on top of a chest and have it clip through the chest, by golly, I should have that right. You know, that's how I feel about it anyway. The game would be so much more fun if I can clip things together. The grid system is probably the worst thing about the way decorating works in this game. And a lot of games have a grid system and it's not bad. What makes this one so annoying is that they're very inconsistent with the footprint of items. For example, you know, that very small beech tree has the biggest footprint out of any beech tree in the game. Why? That's a horrible inconsistency, and it just makes no sense. And it's because they like to rush. You know, they just rush things. They're like, yeah, that seems right. And it's also because the tree is shorter, so they're like, well, the leaves are part of it, so nothing can go on the ground around it. Whereas they could have just made it work like every other tree in the game. Because there are other trees that are that short where you can still put items around them. But again, horrible inconsistencies throughout development of this game. All right, so we're going to grab a little bit of shells, a little bit of seaweed, a little bit of red seaweed, a little bit of starfish, a pink starfish, a little snail, a little sorcerer crab, magical beach, a sorcerer crab. Very nice. Very magical. Very magical. Little octopus. I think that's pretty good. The rest of this isn't really speaking to me. Okay. So we got some fishies. We got some shells. See if there's anything else I might want to add to my beach. Probably not. Probably not. We got fairy bubbles, pearls. Maybe a little pearl. Maybe a little bit of oasis glass. We got a little glowing moss. Maybe a little bit of glowing moss. You never know. Grubby log. Oh, okay. What about snippets? Okay, we're good. I decided to leave a bunch of servers because I hate being notified. I hate the notification number lingering. I just leave it alone. I just ignore it. I have some servers I'm in with like 1,000 noties. I just don't bother checking it. All right. So yeah, we're gonna add Moana this. Oh, look who's here. What do you know? Hey. Let's hang out. Help me test out this fantastic scene. Spent a little bit too much time on this. I didn't want to take this long. I just dropped every single octopus that I had. Okay. Split. Split. I ate the starfish? Oh my god, bro. I don't have that many of those. Why am I so bad at this game? Sorcerer crab. Alright, don't eat it. 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 A little bit of oasis glass. A little bit of pearls. A little bit of shells. Alright, there we go. We're going to put a nice little pearl right here on the walkway. Beautiful, beautiful. A little shell right here. We're going to have a happy snail. Happy little snail moving across. Actually, instead of that pearl there, I'm going to set the pearl over here on the side a little. I think I'm going to put a happy little starfish right there instead. Oh, this one just magically can't go on to the path. Okay. The rest of them can, but this one cannot. Okay, noted. It's a magical beach, so we want a lot of little magical crabs. He's just a little guy. Creepy octopus back there. Dream Team, tomorrow I'm going to request some starfish. I don't know if you guys got any extras. I don't feel like fishing. What the heck? What the f... Nah, bro. What the hell is this? What am I... What the hell am I looking at right now? Bro, there ain't no way. This is a first. There's no way. What are we talking about? What are we doing? I'm saving this to my device. What am I playing? Bro, there is no way. I have never seen such a thing in this game before. This is such a buggy mess, bro. I can't go back into furniture mode. I'm glitched out. I'm glitched out of furniture mode. I can't even pause. My beach is too magical. That's the problem. We went a little bit too magical. That's on me. That's on me. Now that is a cool feature, though. Everybody's running up to see it. Very cool. Very cool. We were so close to being done. All I had to do was add the Aurora and, like, bring in Moana, and I'd be pretty much ready to end the stream. I guess I'll just finish this tomorrow, because there's no way I'm going back to the main menu and then coming back into the game. Like, I'm done for today. It clearly wants you to stand right there. Yeah, I think so. I've never seen this before, though. Has anybody seen this before? Dude, that's crazy. Go in house. Will that fix it? Okay, let's go inside. Then I can put my Aurora down. Okay, alright, well. That didn't work. Oh, I had that happen as well, Messy Mother Crafter. I had made an excellent snap. It was like maybe 2 months ago, and I was so happy with it. And it took me so long to get all the villagers in the right place. And when I snapped it, it was like unable to save to gallery. I think I was live when I did this too. And I couldn't save it to the gallery, so I had to restart the game, which made me have to get rid of all the villagers I had put in there, everything. Dude, I was so mad. This is what I mean, bro. I'm not trying to, like, beat a dead horse or, like, take a big dunk on the game and be like, yeah, I owned you, Gameloft, haha. But, like, this is a perfect example of what I kind of find really frustrating with this game. Because last night, I had so many bugs, like I had to restart my game twice while making my dream snap. And then today, I can't even make this build without having to basically leave the game and come back. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, you know? Like, at least the game's not constantly crashing or anything. But, like, I just want to be able to enjoy my creative process. As somebody with ADHD, I tend to get really hyper-focused when I'm working on a project. And if something stops me and I have to, like, leave and come back, it derails my thought process. And I just want to be... You know, I want to enjoy myself. I don't want to get derailed. First your funky hair, now this. At least the funky hair was manageable, you know. That wasn't the worst thing in the world. I can deal with the hair. But this is something else. My eyes are really pretty, though. Well, you guys, it's been real, it's been fun, and dare I say it's been real fun. We'll have a guide out for this challenge tomorrow. I'm going to make another build, probably not tonight. I think I've had enough of this game for today. Maybe I'll play Pogopia tonight or something if I want to sit in the game, you know, and like do whatever. I'll get up early in the morning and throw together a Ariel-style magical build as well. Or maybe I'll just showcase this build tomorrow and just be like, hey, you know, you can do, and then just show other items people can use. This build is a lot less technical. So, like, you know, last week I had to make 3 different builds just so people that didn't want to do elevated shots would have some good options. We had some, you know, a lot of different things to cover. Whereas this week it's more straightforward. You know, we're being tasked with making a magical beach. We want to have some kind of noticeable fashion to our hairstyle, considering, you know, it mentions the ultimate hairstyle. So having something with highlights can be really good. Having something with a lot of volume can be good. And as far as the cozy outfit, you just want it to be something good for the beach, something comfortable for the beach. You know, a lot of fun things. But I think this is a great example photo. I mean, you know, it worked out. It's actually really pretty. Ash said I stepped away, so I'm not sure if you saw, but I'm excited. I'm going to IRL Ghost Investigation on Saturday, going to a prison. No way! That sounds so cool! I really want to do something like that. I've been to a lot of haunted places that have, like, paranormal activity, but I've never gone, like, officially with, like, equipment and, like, you know, I've taken, like, pictures on an old digital camera in some really ancient graveyards. Well, I say ancient, but ancient as far as the United States go. So I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina, which is one of the earlier settlements in, you know, the southeast portion of the country. And we have these super old graveyards, and they're, like, really creepy. One of them is buried way back in the woods down in Carolina Beach. And, you know, we've gone back there at night and taken, like, a bunch of photos, but we didn't have, like, EMF readers and all that cool stuff. Like, it would be super cool. But yeah, that sounds awesome. You'll have to let me know how that goes, Ash. That's so fun. Yeah, I've got all my equipment. Did you buy all the equipment yourself? Silver Tabs Up Game is how many years old? Should not have so many bugs with old content. I agree. That's my big hang up on it, you know. I must say, though, you guys, like, I'm actually really happy with how this turned out. If you've been here from start to finish of this project, like, let me know what you think. Do you think it's great for the theme? I think it's good. I think it really captures the magical beach vibe. It doesn't have, like, you know, the water aspect, which is what we'll do for the Ariel side. But in terms of making a magical beach, I think this is a great approach. Having, like, little bits of pixie dust. Not much. You don't need much pixie dust. And for pixie dust, by the way, be sure to raise your saturation quite a bit. It's very pale if you don't, but you get a nice golden hue on it when you boost it to, like, 0.6. So you get some really good color. Also, saturation is going to be really good this week because it's going to bring out these glowing colors and make the beach feel extra magical. So, yeah, when it comes to this week's challenge, we're not just being tasked with making a beach, we're being tasked with making a magical beach. So, I think this will be a good example for tomorrow because we have a lot of glowing items, there's a lot of luminescent items, there's, you know, we have the floating bubbles, there's luminescent trees, there's this glow in the forest in the back, and then we have this beautiful green, pairs really nicely with the green eyes. The Mon outfit's fun, but you don't have to use this. Lots of good outfits you can use. And I really like the hair, too, so yeah, I'm very happy with the way this turned out, actually. We're going to save this to my device. I wonder if there's any fun motifs we can add to, like, the sky. One thing I found that's pretty fun to do in your sky, motif-wise, take this ship, expand it a lot, flip it upside down, and you can get some really cute little... Okay, it just doesn't want to go over there. That's okay. Okay, all right. This game's pissing me off. What are we doing? What are we doing, bro? Just... And you can... So what you can do... All right, let's try the other corner. Yeah, you can do, you know, little. It looks like it's like fireflies, but without fireflies. You know, you have a nice little sparkle somewhere. So it doesn't want to go over here. What if I delete it and try again? Will it listen? Okay. All right. Well. Okay, I give up. I give up. You get the idea. You know, you can add little pretty sparkles or whatever. Stupid game. But yeah, that's become my new obsession with motifs, is enlarging them and like just showing a tiny part of them. Like, you know, little sparkle here or there. It's very fun. Very fun way to use motifs without having a giant weird sticker in your picture. You know, you can do a little... Well, it can't go down far enough for that. Too bad. Yeah, it looks like it... Oh, there it goes. You know, you get a little sparkle down here. Tiny little sparkle. But yeah, when you add finishing touches on your photo, you can look through the motifs and you can find some pretty fun little things just to, like, add little tiny details. Like, you can even have, like... I should have done this for Cozy Dreams. Like the little moon with the Z's. Like that. That's actually really cute. That'd be really cool. Try controller? Okay, yeah, let's try controller. Why not? Give it a try. Let's get you up in there. There we go. Okay, all right, all right, all right. It just doesn't like my mouse for whatever reason. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. You know, isn't that magical? I'd say it's pretty magical. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I did. That was the first challenge where I ever did that, actually. And I would love to show it to you, but unfortunately, I can't open my menu right now. So, yeah, I used a bunch of fun little motifs in my... Yeah, I can't pause. I can't open the menu. We're kind of stuck in furniture mode here. What if I hit F on keyboard? Ooh, I think that might fix it. Okay. What if I tried... I'm going to break my game. Oh, I bet you can add the Aurora, though. Can't really see what I'm looking at here. Yeah, let's see how that looks. Nice. The benefits of having a keyboard. Okay, that's not at all what I was wanting to do. What happens if I grab this? Oh. Oh. Weird. Okay. Ooh. Wait. Did I fix it? Let's go. A little bit of keyboard magic. All right. Now I can show you my Dreamsnap. So I ended up, I added the gold sparkly one that I talked about. And then I have a motif behind the moon to get these 2 stars here. And then I have a gold star over here on the left. And then I have a little blue sparkle right here. So I had 5 motifs. The moon, the sparkles behind the moon, that's 2. The gold stars from the ship, that's 3. The blue sparkle here, that's 4. And the gold sparkle over here is 5. So I had several little fun motifs in there. I can't believe we were able to fix that. That's fun. Yeah, I'd have to play with the... I'm gonna have to play around with the Aurora to get it just right for this. Maybe there. That's better. It's not perfect. But if we did take that route, we could always add in the gold sparkles from the ship in that corner. We need a search option on motifs. I probably passed it like 5 times. Switch to controller. Oh, I do have bubbles up there. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I didn't boost the saturation though. Yeah, very magical. I'll save that in my gallery for now, as an example. All right, we made some good progress. I could submit mine for secondary reviews because I was at work, but I did make the suggestions you made for mine and even got a better angle on Peter Pan. It turned out looking much better, so thank you. Nice, Breezy, nice. Congrats, congrats. There's a team of us, but I have a few things of my own, like a spear box, dowsing rods, EMF reader, SLS camera. But I'll be sure to share pics and videos. Yeah, that'd be awesome. And if you ever want to come down to some haunted places in Ohio, you totally should, and we should have a little Senpai Ashley collab. I can even make like a YouTube video out of it. It'd be fun. I would love to make ghost hunting YouTube videos, honestly. I wouldn't mind starting a completely separate channel just for that. Like where I go to haunted places. I think that would be super cool. All right, you guys, that'll be it for today. Been a long one. How do you use the motifs in your dream snaps? How do you access that feature? After you snap your photo, Whitney, just press your action button, which on Xbox will be like your A button. I think on Switch it's A button. So after you snap your photo, press A, and there's a little paintbrush in the top left. It should be highlighted. Then press A again, and you can look through your motifs. But you have to snap the photo first. And then when you're on the menu where you can choose to submit and you can choose to save, that's where you can add motifs. Alrighty. Thank you again, you guys. Absolutely amazing. We hit goal number 172 today. Another new record on the stream. Let's go. Let's go. Nursey says, well, now seeing the whole thing, yours resembles the one I started this. I'm on my husband's account. Back to the drawing board. Why would you restart? We're doing the same challenge, Nursey. We're doing the same challenge. So, you know, the concept of this challenge is to make a magical beach scene. So, like, the fact that the two of them are similar is a good thing because we're doing the same theme. Does that make sense? So, you know, even if you go back to the drawing board, there's literally, you know, like tens of thousands of other players out there, and it's very likely somebody will also make something similar to yours. So I wouldn't really go back to the drawing board for that. Not to mention, it's highly unlikely that ours are identical. You know, there's like millions of different ways to place things in your snap. Just because you have like the same buildings and the same items, there are specific items that work well for this challenge. So you definitely don't have to start over or go back, you know. The fact that it's similar just shows we're doing the same theme. If anything, that's a positive. That's a positive. It means you're very on theme. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We will drop the Dreamsnap guide for this week. And I might make a second build in the morning. We'll see. We'll see. My team always likes to leave me alone, being a sensitive. The ghost always gravitate towards me, so I'm bait. Oh, you're really the ghost bait, huh? That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I would do the same thing. I would probably, like, you know, yell at the ghost, try to antagonize it, and then, like, lock you in a room. That'd be awesome. All right, y'all. I'll see you for the stream tomorrow. Thank you again for another fantastic day. And I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. This challenge is a bit easier, so, you know, I feel like you don't necessarily have to wait for the video, especially if you were here today as we discuss, like, good items and the theme. A lot of good things to use. But yeah, if you want to wait until the video tomorrow, especially if you're going to do a review, you might get some extra insight into it. But yeah, I'll try to have that out early. Dree said I was lurking. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Good to have you, Dree. Good to have you. Bree said have a good one. Thank you, my friend. Will do. Same to you. Same to you. And yeah, thank you so much for being part of the show today, you guys. I will catch y'all on the stream tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. We'll see you soon. Ta-ta for now. Oh, and don't forget to check out those books I recommended if you like, you know, medieval horror. Really good, really good. Between Two Fires and Pilgrim. Great books, great books. All right.